morning and also welcome to Cairo, and welcome to all of you at the first APRM High-Level Forum on South-South and Trilateral Cooperation. And the theme, as you know, Your Excellencies, is agility and resilience in Africa and the Global South. The APRM is honored to host this forum for the first time, and after almost 2 years of tough moments and months we spent since the outbreak of COVID-19. Allow me, Excellencies, to start by expressing the gratitude of the APRM to the government of Egypt and the presidency to host the first edition of the forum in Cairo. Further, my appreciation goes to all our partners, including GIZ offices to the AU, the European Union, USAID, and UNDP, Office of the Special Advisor on Africa, who contributed to the successful organizing of this forum. The APRM, as an organ of the African Union formally, has been diligently observing the daunting consequences of the pandemic on the social, economic, and political resilience of African countries, and many societies are going to governance reforms for African countries to tackle such a shock. Meanwhile, we have also been revising our tools, the APRM modus operandi methods of work to adjust to the new reality created by this pandemic. The mechanism to which countries voluntarily APRM has been committed to supporting the AU continental approach strategy framework to fight COVID-19 and to strengthen health teams and mobilization of resources. Relating to this, APRM adopted to cap COVID-19. We also published Africa's governance response to COVID-19 report to address governance enablers and institutional preparedness of African countries. We also, of course, conducted special targeted reviews on health governance. We are quite happy that there is a delegation here from Sierra Leone led by the Honorable Deputy Minister. And this targeted review was requested by the country and conducted in that beautiful country. And it has since been launched with very strong government support and leadership and ownership. We also incorporated resilience or state resilience as a thematic area as of APRM in the APRM core questionnaire for governance assessment reviews alongside SDGs and Agenda 2063 indicators. We also providing regional platform for sharing experience on national responses to COVID-19 times within the APRM continental workshop on voluntary national governance review of SDGs and Agenda 2063. And of course, we have also established what we call the Africa Governance Hub to enable countries to share experience, which offers various learning courses on governance, development, South-South issues, and so on. The first South-South cooperation training is being held, is being prepared as we speak, and we welcome all partners' input in this process, including, of course, the participation of think tanks and research institutions and all that are involved in activities on national governance responses to COVID-19. All these actions, Excellencies, emanate from the lessons learned during this short period of the COVID-19. During this period, we held jointly with the government of Egypt, a side event on the margins of high-level political forum in 2020 and 2021, and the delegation of Egypt was led by Excellency, the Minister, Dr. Hala El Said. And some of the issues that emerged in that deliberation is that the impact of the pandemic on the continent is extremely severe, and that the world needs multilateral cooperation and innovative strategies to mitigate similar future shocks. Secondly, that strengthening regional integration becomes more necessary than before to help African countries address pertinent challenges, that is medical supply shortages, food insecurity, political instability, and so forth. And finally, a quest for institutional resilience at national and regional levels in the Global South is urgently needed to enhance the country's recovery from COVID-19 disaster. Excellencies, South-South and triangular cooperation are development tools that reflect the multilateral cooperation between countries of the South and the countries of the North on countries of the North, and of course, trilateral cooperation is North-South, and then of course, the South-South cooperation and global South countries on the other hand. The APRM itself is, of course, considered a tool for South-South cooperation on governance best practices. We are extremely delighted that 2021 witnessed important engagement of the APRM on South-South activities, including the launch of the APRM GIZ, virtual training on South-South cooperation and trilateral cooperation, and implementing Agenda 2063 in Africa. Further, conveying this high-level forum for African countries and partners from Asia and Latin America shall offer us an important opportunity to deliberate on many themes related to economic and political resilience during the pandemic, while tracking where we stand on implementing BAPA plus 40 outcome documents for the achievement of SDGs and Agenda 2063. Lastly, but not least, Excellencies, I remain committed with my colleagues to providing such a forum or this forum on annual basis to allow us, African countries, African voices to be heard and shared with our colleagues at the AU organs and the UN and the United Nations to emphasize Africa's position.
I'd like to thank particularly my brother, Dr. And the APRM team, partners, and most especially the government of Egypt for hosting us and for the warm hospitality extended to us. We do recognize and appreciate the opportunity to exchange experiences, showcase success stories, and continue our discussion on to scale up our, ladies and gentlemen. South-South cooperation is one of the most important pillars for sustainable knowledge sharing, capacity building, as well as sustainable development. For over 40 years, under the Buenos Aires Plan of Action, South-South cooperation has been a vehicle for developing countries to promote good governance, human rights, and curb illicit financial flows. In terms of triangular cooperation, it has also been a catalyst for international cooperation in areas of knowledge sharing, capacity building, the transfer of technology, and to respond to the intensifying hunger, challenges linked to peace and security, climate change, environmental degradation, and of course, emerging threats such as the COVID-19 pandemic. For more than 4 decades, South-South cooperation has been one of the mergers. It's more than an alliance. It's a technical platform for our members to exchange knowledge and technology and to galvanize collective action. Empirical evidence from several studies that South-South cooperation is one of the most effective platforms and exchange of knowledge, and it's also a powerful tool for building and innovation of the global South institutions. It fosters broad dissemination of knowledge and good governance and reinforces best practices to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. In addition, other demonstration of South-South cooperation at the continental level include the Lagos Plan of Action, the Abuja Treaty, the foundation of our regional economic communities and regional mechanisms, and recently the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area. All these aim to forge Africa's complementarity, cooperation, and solidarity to promote African economic integration and socioeconomic development. South-South cooperation has also been an effective tool for economic diplomacy. In 2011, countries in the Global South inspired a decisive action to create a high-level panel on illicit financial flows from Africa. This initiative increased the global momentum of dialogue and action to curb illicit financial flows by 2030. We use the same levers of our cooperation to advocate for restructuring public debt among developing nations. We also need to work with our international partners to secure countries in the Global South get fair credit assessment from the respective institutions. In addition, under the auspices of South-South cooperation, developing countries have become favorite destinations for foreign direct investment. By 2016, according to the World Bank, developing countries accounted for 40% of FDI and the largest share globally. This milestone is alluded, among other factors, to the set of policies shared among countries in the Global South. South cooperation has been integral in conflict resolution to promote peace, nation building. This outcome has promoted stability and economic growth. In addition, South migrants have been largely focused on South-North migrations. However, recent reports noted in developing countries to other developing countries. In many countries, remittances from migration surpass financing from international aid and foreign direct of South-South migration. This initiative enables our member states to leverage migration flows to promote domestic resource mobilization. We need to improve data collection and dissemination to foster coherent migration policies. The milestones, ladies and gentlemen, that I've just highlighted, and many others, would not have been possible without vibrant multilateral cooperation. North-South cooperation has been crucial to facilitating technical capacity in policy processes, developing financing, and technological transfer. North-South cooperation in bilateral and multilateral arrangements has seen the South expand its scope in terms of operations and impact. To be clear, South-South cooperation is not a substitute for other forms of multilateral cooperation and partnerships. It's a tool that accelerates and complements their outcomes and impact. Activities of South-South and triangular cooperation in Africa are so many and too many to cover today. But in terms of the areas covered, Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, I'd like to highlight a few, and these include health and social protection, education, capacity building, agriculture development, industrialization, infrastructure development, humanitarian support, peacekeeping, and governance, just to name a few. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that our way forward is not viable without strong international cooperation. The role of global partners in both bilateral and multilateral engagement cannot be understated. COVID-19, of course, has widened the resource gap and digital divide. It takes robust collaboration to turn these gaps into strategic investments. We're counting on your strong and historical partnerships, particularly with international institutions, as well as bilateral development agencies and the civil society and regional organizations. I believe our meeting over the next 2 days will help us to address some of these key issues. The African Union remains committed to the spirit of solidarity in facing the challenges of our time. We believe that a stronger South-South and triangular cooperation is necessary for the effective implementation of the AU Agenda 2063 and our global goals, Agenda 2030. No nation or region we cannot afford leave anyone behind. I'd like to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, by thanking once again the organizers, the partners, and particularly the government and the people of Egypt for this warm welcome accorded to us. And I wish you fruitful deliberation.
Thank you very much for your remarks and the emphasis you made on really strong, the need and the importance of strong international cooperation. And also to remind all of us that South-South cooperation, it complements existing and many other multilateral forms of cooperation. And thank you very much also for reminding us of the phenomenon and the worrying phenomenon of South-South migration and some of the challenges as Africa has made in South-South cooperation and the different dimensions of this important form of cooperation. Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you very much for this remarks. Your Excellencies, the next speaker is the Vice President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Khalid Sharif, but I'm not sure whether he has been able to be connected. I understand that he's going to be interacting with us through the virtual platform. So my colleagues can indicate whether is he ready. In the meantime, can I take this opportunity to invite our colleague, Jason Taylor from the Governance Office Director. Please take the floor. So we can...
I'm connected, Chair.
Your Excellency, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Operation. The timing of this meeting in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic could not be more important. Indeed, it comes at an inflection point, not only for the continent of Africa, but the entire world. The pandemic and its multifaceted challenges have stretched our capacities as nations to absorb and recover from shocks. According to the African Development Bank, economic output contracted by 2.1% in 2020, ushering in the first continental recession in 50 years. We've seen decades of progress on human development and the Sustainable Development Goals wiped away. But what we know of resilience tells us that these setbacks need not be permanent. We can regain lost ground by harnessing the power of our collective efforts. There are plenty of examples where Africa has defied the dire predictions some made for it at the outset of the pandemic. Now, this is not to suggest that the suffering has not been immense. It has. But this tells us that there is much to be learned from this experience about what nations did that helped cushion the blow and what might be done in the future when the next shock occurs, because we all know that it will. This is what makes the African peer review mechanism crucial, because while the problems we confront may be global, the most effective solutions are often homegrown. With that in mind, the mandate of the Buenos Aires Plan of Action has never been more relevant. After 40 years, it's as urgent as ever. I applaud this in these most trying. It's good governance that provides a structure that enables a good response. Without that structure, our efforts collapse under the weight of their ambition. I am inspired by the members of the African Peer Review Mechanism who recognize that COVID-19 is not just a challenge to the status quo, but a call to action to transcend the status quo, an opportunity to accelerate African economic transformation efforts and build back better. Now, let me just take a few examples from our work here in Egypt to illustrate this point. Egypt saw in the pandemic the opportunity to expand and deepen its safety net to ensure that society's most vulnerable didn't lose their lives and livelihoods. The economic and social strains of the pandemic highlighted the benefits of digital transformation as an engine for growth. Egypt has doubled down on its e-governance efforts, which saves scarce resources through more efficient planning, combat corruption through greater transparency, and improve the business enabling environment to turbocharge future growth and investment. The US government, through USAID, supports these efforts and many more, which advance Egypt's inclusive economic development. But I must stress to you that while this work is supported by the United States, the drive and leadership is 100% Egyptian, for it is the vision of the nation, or in this case, the key forward to Africa 2063. And this brings me to the final point that this forum underscores for me. It's that good drafted without the influence of citizens, the private sector, academia, and civil society will be incomplete and likely less effective. I must also highlight the central role of women who have disproportionately shouldered the economic and social hardships of the pandemic, but who also represent the untapped potential of so many countries, including the United States, in their efforts to achieve prosperity for all. The hybrid format of this event reflects these values, this understanding that the agility and resilience of African countries is built on the interdependence and cooperation of entire communities and nations. I thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. But more importantly, in keeping with the spirit of this event, I thank you for this opportunity to learn from you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our colleague from the USAID, and thank you very much for giving life to the true spirit of trilateral cooperation. Thank you very much. This is a very good example, and also the acknowledgement you've made of the role of the APRM as a tool for helping African countries explore and find homegrown solutions, and the centrality of governance, of course, to respond to COVID-19, and the emphasis you place on popular participation, that no states alone cannot be a solution, and states alone cannot find the social challenge, but you need the input and the participation, active participation of a whole lot of non-stakeholders, non-state actors that you identified in your address. Thank you very much, my dear brother. I understand Dr. Khalid is connected and ready to address us. Dear colleague, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for having me at this very important event. So let me just begin by saying that the issue of South-South cooperation during the pandemic highlights the degree of vulnerability and weaknesses many of us are facing today. So, for example, while East Asia has moved ahead with high levels of regional integration based on trade, and the very heavy reliance of countries within that economic bloc like Japan and South Korea, we are looking at the development of in that continent very competitive supply chains. Likewise, while China has also relied heavily on its vast base of low-cost labor over the last few decades to capture major shares of the global market and industrial production, it has also become an integral part of the market of buyers and sellers that is the world economy. But the contrast with Africa and Latin America, for that matter, is very stark. For these two continents, we see fragmentation, we see national barriers, we see political disputes, we see underperformance, significant underperformance relative to the potential of not just countries economically, but continents. South America, for example, trade is limited on a regional basis. Most of the goods exported are typically to the north, mostly to the US and the European Union. And now a door is being opened quite widely to East Asia, as the latter has been increasing its purchases of foodstuffs, commodities, fossil fuels, products, and other goods needed for their consumer and industrial markets. Africa has long exported its goods to the Northern Hemisphere, with intra-African trade accounting for about 15% of annual trade per year since the year 2000. But much of this has to do with Africa's inability to become part of the worldwide supply chain, the fact that it is still exporting primarily raw materials. It has not really been able to enter markets, does still face tariff and non-tariff barriers, does still have to deal with disputed trade flows, and this suppresses Africa's chances for industrial competitiveness and efficiency. Now, hopefully, we will be turning the corner with the African Continental Free Trade Area, and hopefully this will help us reverse the legacy of what I just described. But to implement the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, this will take decades. To fully develop the kinds of competitive industries, supply chains, and regional and continental systems for trade to allow Africa to compete on a global basis will take a long period of time. Now, this does mean that there will be a vulnerability, a weakness, a comparative advantage weakness that Africa and its 54 member nations will have to deal with. And let me move this discussion a bit away from the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is a strategic priority for Africa, creating a regional trade bloc similar to that of the European Union, similar to that of NAFTA, is going to be absolutely essential for Africa to be competitive, for Africa to trade with the world, for Africa to trade competitively with the world, and for promoting interregional trade, which is a priority. But there is a bigger challenge for Africa. And when we talk about Africa, we are talking about 54 countries, and countries where GDP has outpaced in real terms the growth of GDP per capita. So we have countries where you see growth in real GDP at levels that don't translate into wealth creation and don't translate into creating additional GDP per capita growth in real terms that matches the growth in GDP. So you see this particularly in fragile states. You see this in states that are facing challenges of resilience. And I'll give you an example. So if you have a country like Sierra Leone that exports diamonds, gold, GDP is driven by the prices of those commodities on commodity markets. Or if you have the big six oil producers like Angola that depend on 70% of their revenues, both domestic and foreign, from oil, the big six oil producers in Africa, as goes oil on commodity markets, as goes these economies in terms of their prosperity. But the point that I'm making is a very simple one. If in the 54 countries in the African continent, 28 of these countries, people live off less than $4 a day, and in 14 of them, people live off less than $2 a day. If you live off less than $2 a day, you basically don't have requisite disposable income. That is, your consumption is for basic staples. And if you don't have disposable income, you're not demanding goods and services. If you're not demanding goods and services, in turn, there is no signal for the domestic private sector to invest. If there's no signal for the domestic private sector to invest, there basically is very limited demand for labor, because labor is a derived demand derived from the demand for goods and services. So unless disposable income rises, unless consumption rises, demand for labor will remain stagnant. And this is why we see in fragile states on the African continent, unemployment remaining at the 30 to 35% quadrant, especially for youth across 18 states. So wealth creation is essential for the African continent to break out of its fragility trap. Now, wealth creation has everything to do with value addition. So if West Africa produces roughly about 40% of the world's cocoa beans and coffee beans, it does not produce coffee and it does not produce chocolate. The value addition for both coffee and chocolate as a finished good is between 2,000 to 3,000% the export price of exporting coffee beans and exporting cocoa beans. So all we have in these countries in terms of wealth creation is basically farmers that tend to be more often than not exploited to produce coffee beans that are manufactured into coffee somewhere outside the African continent, producing cocoa beans that are manufactured into cocoa somewhere outside the African continent. When this phenomenon continues, that we basically export the diamonds, but we don't polish them and put them on a stone, leading to a loss in value addition or wealth creation of about 6,000% for carats, for 1 carat diamonds of a high level of clarity on up. If we basically export the oil, if we export the cotton and don't turn it into textiles, all of this is wealth creation lost to the African continent. So we have to move away from a continent that produces raw materials to a continent that is more and more involved in the process of value chain development. Everything has secondary and third stage, fourth stage of value addition. You can make the yarn and eventually make the textiles. This becomes key for countries that produce or export things like long staple cotton. These countries, if they just export the cotton, don't basically benefit from the value addition of a final product being made from that cotton, whether it be textiles or something else. So there is an issue of social responsibility that transcends anything we're talking about here in terms of South-South cooperation. There's an issue of corporate social responsibility of the manufacturers that are coming to the continent and basically not bringing with it industrial production, that are effectively mining Africa for resources, but not helping create wealth by moving secondary or third stage value addition industries to the continent, by also not helping to create wealth that comes with this value addition. So Africa's breakthrough can only come, especially for transition states or fragile states, when we get GDP per capita to grow in the same volume as GDP in real terms. And let me just leave you with a couple of thoughts. There are roughly 21 countries in the African continent of 54 countries where, as I said earlier, GDP growth in real terms outpaces growth in GDP per capita. And this is a phenomenon that is only specific to the African continent. So how can a country become richer and its populace continues to be mired in poverty? How can an economy register a continuous growth in real GDP, indicating that a country is becoming wealthier while its populace is not benefiting from this trickle-down effect? And it's very, very simple. So if the investment that you're getting is foreign direct investment, and it is for extractives, that is in Sierra Leone, companies are coming in to mine diamonds, to mine gold, then you're creating jobs only for miners, very low income jobs, and it's not translating into job creation anywhere else. Somalia now has huge finds that it's finding on the Somali coast for natural gas and oil. Once all of this also comes to fruition, GDP growth will start pegging upwards in real terms. But will you be creating jobs for Somalis? Now, GDP per capita has to grow. That trickle-down effect has to grow for wealth to be created. And in turn, once wealth goes up, consumption goes up by the domestic private sector. When people demand more goods and services, they signal the domestic private sector to invest, and the domestic private sector starts employing people. That chain right now is broken in almost 20 of Africa's 54 regional member states. And the only way we can fix this is to get beyond having foreign direct investment coming into our continent just for extractives, just for raw materials, and to force the agenda to put it as a priority to create the absolute need for corporate social responsibility, that you don't just come for our cocoa beans, you don't come for our coffee beans, you don't come for our cotton, but you don't basically help us develop these value chains to generate employment, which in turn generates wealth, and you don't help us with wealth creation primarily because the value addition is not happening in our countries. The diamond value addition from Sierra Leone, the beneficiaries are in Belgium and they're in India. How long can this continue? How long can a continent be subjected to this loss in value addition? So whether the African Continental Free Trade Agreement succeeds, and we hope it will succeed, and everything is there for the African continent to basically achieve great strides by becoming an economic bloc. But that economic bloc is going to have to deal with the problem of technology transfer to Africa not happening, of production coming to Africa not happening, of wealth creation not being shared in Africa, but it is our raw materials that make the cell phones, using gold, using everything that comes out of the African continent, but the value addition is somewhere else. And until we have that manufacturing, and until we can get GDP growth to match GDP per capita, you will continue to see, unfortunately, countries getting richer while its populace continues to be mired in poverty. Thank you for your time, Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. I think the point that you're making about value addition, manufacturing, really unlocking Africa's development potential through investment in wealth creation on this continent is welcome, and it's very, very important. And the centrality of the CFTA to this, of course, within the context of South-South cooperation, the CFTA itself being a model for an example of South-South cooperation. Thank you very much for that input. I'm sure some of the points that you raised in the discussion in your input will be able to return to them during the discussion. I will now like to check whether our colleague, Dr. Inga, the Director GIZ, is connected, and so that I can give her the floor also to make her opening remarks.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished representatives and participants, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chair Prof. Eddie Maloka. I hope you can hear me well.
Perfect. Perfect. We can hear every word what you're saying. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. And I'm very pleased to be part of this event on behalf of GIZ, the German Agency for International Cooperation. And it's an honor to listen to the inputs, to join the seasoned leaders of Africa and beyond at this high-level peer review forum on South-South collaboration and triangular cooperation, with a focus, as mentioned by Professor Maloka, on building agile and resilient societies in Africa and beyond. I wish to join the other speakers in commending the government of Egypt for hosting this important event. And I'm very sorry that I can't be in beautiful Egypt together with you, but I congratulate the organizers and all partners for the collaboration, which really shows how important it is to come together and share experiences in this very difficult COVID-19 era. The impact of COVID-19 on the world's economies and societies, as we heard also from our previous speaker, cannot be overemphasized. And the theme of this forum is therefore very timely and such that it creates an opportunity for sharing best governance practices and share experience on creating what we all need: inclusive and resilient economic, health, and social policies in African countries and beyond. This forum offers an opportunity to learn about solutions for social cohesion and economic recovery during COVID-19. And the interaction, it is hoped, would further strengthen synergies between the national, the regional, and international South-South collaboration initiatives for implementing Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 of the African Union and its member states. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm hopeful that this conversation during the 3 days of this forum will explore possible ways of making the South-South collaboration and triangular collaboration expectations a reality for sustainable development in Africa and globally. As representatives of various institutions, I encourage us all to utilize this forum to express innovative ideas, workable solutions, and that we explore in how we can build agile and resilient societies in Africa and the global South and globally, so that we see a better future for all of us. I wish to reaffirm the German government's commitment and support to APRM, the African Peer Review Mechanism, through the GIZ African Union Partnership on Strengthening Good Governance and Human Rights in Africa, the African Governance Architecture known to many of you as AGA. Our support has been commissioned by the German government through the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, and through our ongoing collaboration with APRM towards the implementation of South-South collaboration and triangular collaboration, we will support and continue to support voluntary national reviews and the African Governance Report, among others. And these are initiatives and commitments that we would like to continue to strengthen our partnerships even further and remain committed in this regard. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to the outcome of the forum, particularly the communiqué that will be issued on the last day of this forum. And I urge us all to work towards the implementation of this resolution. It's good to talk about it, but it's better to implement it in our respective states, in our cooperation and partnerships, and wherever we are in the different institutions where we can make a difference as decision makers and leaders. I believe that strong partnerships and effective collaboration are very key to building a resilient Africa, to building a strong world, a world that is based on partnerships and understanding. And we hope that implementing reforms on the continent will show the difference that we would like to see in the future. The actualization or realization of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2063 are key, and they are achievable through the cooperation of different actors. Like we heard, the private sector, the academia, obviously, and think tanks, civil society, and policymakers that have come together today, and leaders in Africa and the global South. I hope that together we will be able to make a difference. And I thank you all for coming together and taking the important steps forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Inga. Really, thank you very much also for encouraging us to, in the next few days, really to think through and try to come up with some innovative ideas. But these ideas must also be workable solutions. So it's nice dreaming, but we must also dream in pragmatic ways. And thank you very much also. We will be working with you in taking forward the outcomes of this dialogue and in the implementation of the outcomes and the recommendations as you propose. Thank you very much, and our regards to your colleagues in Addis Ababa. Excellencies, our last speaker is the representative of the government of Egypt, and also represent His Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, our dear brother, Ambassador Hassan Shaki. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Can you applaud? I know this, it sounds like in Cairo, the morning is very heavy. Yeah? Thank you very much. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Eddie Maluka, CEO of the African Peer Review Mechanism. Your Excellency, Ambassador Fatima Kiari Mohammed, Permanent Observer of the African Union to the United Nations. Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, international partners, distinguished guests. It gives me great honor to welcome you here in Cairo and to pass on the greetings and warmest regards of His Excellency Mr. Sameh Shokri, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and Deputy Minister Hamdi Loza, who was supposed to be here today, but was called to an important commercial-related meeting at the 11th hour. Egypt highly values the work of the African Peer Review Mechanism and was amongst the first African countries to endorse its establishment in the framework of the new Partnership of Africa's Development. As members of APRM, we committed ourselves to values of good governance, social inclusion, and to socio-economic development agenda that places the aspirations of the African citizen at its core. These aspirations are captured in the 2063 Development Agenda of the African Union. We don't view this agenda as a set of lofty ideas, but as a roadmap, a mandate to achieve development towards the Africa we want, a developmental course that also takes into consideration the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and integrates these goals seamlessly into national development plans. We are also strong believers in the concept of South-to-South cooperation and triangular cooperation as well. And we have been implementing this successfully since the establishment of the Egyptian Fund for Technical Cooperation in Africa in 1980. The successor of the Technical Fund, the Egyptian Agency for Partnership for Development, has had many success stories in Africa. And serving myself as Egyptian ambassador to Malawi, I witnessed firsthand knowledge the great impact that EAPD programs had on the ground, and I was made proud of Egypt's experience with the South-to-South cooperation. It's also a source of pride that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs' very own ambassador, Adel Abdulatif, is now the director ad interim of the United Nations Office for South-to-South Cooperation. I look forward to hearing his remarks today and to hearing the insights of all the distinguished panelists and senior officials over the next 2 days. This event comes at an opportune moment as we strive to dust off the consequences of a global pandemic that adversely affected steady economic growth, particularly in Africa. Yes, our populations did not suffer catastrophic mortality rates, but the economic impact of the long lockdowns and the disruption in the international supply chain was felt by all our countries in Africa. And on post-COVID, our priorities are clear: to mitigate the economic consequences of the pandemic and to make sure that this sort of event is unrepeated. Mitigation requires a focus on reopening borders, strengthening economic and trade integration, particularly at the continental level, and seeking to build supply chains that are less dependent on partners beyond the continent. It is worth noting that this is the line of thought that will guide Egypt's strategy as chair of the Common Market for East and South Africa, or MESA. And it is also what we will aim to achieve through our membership in the African Continental Free Trade Area. Making sure this event does not happen again requires an investment in our health infrastructure and biomedical capabilities. Here, it's also worth mentioning that through partnerships and global cooperation, Egypt managed to establish the capacity to produce COVID-19 vaccines and become one of the leading African countries to do so. We will continue to invest in biotechnology, preventive medicine, and medicinal industries to build up resilience against the upcoming global pandemic, if it happens. It's heartening that this forum has taken the view that South-South cooperation is multifaceted. It should not begin or end with government-to-government engagements. Business communities, civil societies, and research institutions have a crucial role to play in asserting this level of cooperation and in strengthening the bonds of cooperation across the global south. And here comes the Buenos Aires roadmap plan. In the coming 2 days, we will cover a wide range of topics, including food security, health care, social inclusion, and digital transformation. These are issues that will prove challenging and will require out-of-the-box solutions in knowledge management, knowledge transfer, and fundraising, absolutely. The real value of this forum, I believe, will not be restricted to the discussions within the panels, but will extend to the value created through your networking, bilateral meetings, and side discussions, and its very exciting outcome. I wish you a very successful event, and I welcome you once again to your second home, Egypt. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. Please do convey our regards and gratitude to your government, to the leadership of Egypt, and of course to His Excellency the Minister and the Deputy Minister. We know that he's got a commercial commitment, and really and also join you in recognizing the important role that Egypt plays as a member of the APRM. We will soon be launching the report of APRM review that was conducted here. And also the commitment of Egypt to South-South cooperation is quite well known. I think we are also very fortunate that Egypt is a fully fledged agency that is dedicated to South-South cooperation to promote it. And the colleagues are here, and we'll be signing with them some of the agreements to work together and to collaborate. So really your track record is well known, and it's also a best practice to share with other countries. So please do convey our gratitude and our thanks to your leaders. And thank you very much, colleagues. We are at the end of this opening session. I very much would have liked that we exchange with the panel, but the panelists are here. They will be participating during the next few sessions. And we do have a session that is about to start on Papa +40 outcome document implementation in Africa, reflections from the pandemic experience, which will be chaired by my dear brother and colleague, Ahmad El-Bakli, which I invite him to start approaching the forum. Before I release our colleagues, the panelists, and even those who are with us virtually, can I really request you to give them a very warm round of applause for their reflections, for sharing with us their thoughts. And Vazara Fatima, of course, gave us the continental perspective. Our colleagues, the partners from USAID and GIZ were also made very useful, shared with us useful insights. And Vazara Assad, thank you very much for welcoming us. And Dr. Khalid ADB for giving the economic perspective that we will need as we proceed in our deliberations in the next few days. Thank you very much, colleagues, panelists. Unfortunately, there is no time for the discussions, but you are welcome to participate. Maybe the next year will be very generous and give you the opportunity also to respond to whatever issues that will come up in the next session. So please, it's very difficult to leave this chair. It's so warm, but please allow me to leave it. I leave it grudgingly, but I will have to leave it because now I must send it out to my brother. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Oh, you have to sit here.
I can stand behind you. It's too difficult to leave the chair.
I'm telling you, it's so warm.
Thank you very much, Professor Eddie Maluka, and I would like to invite the next panelists to the podium, please. Thank you. Honorable ministers, ambassadors, distinguished delegates, colleagues, all protocols observed. Good morning, and I welcome you to Cairo. I hope you're as excited as I am to finally be in a physical setting. It's been a very long time. I miss the long lines by the weak, lukewarm coffee, the hazed exchange of business cards, and the mispronounced names. It's all coming back to me now. I hope you miss it as much as I am. You don't appreciate these things unless you've missed them for a while. This is a testament of our post-COVID recovery. The fact that we're all assembled here physically is a sign that we're moving forward in the right direction. This session is supposed to be a stock-taking exercise of the Buenos Aires Action Plan plus 40. How has Africa been successful in implementing that action plan? How has it been successful in integrating it with the SDGs and the Agenda 2063 within its action plans? I'm very happy to be here with you today. My name is Ahmed Al-Bakli. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's all you need to know about me. And let's bring out the big guns. And we'll start with Ambassador Adel Abdul Latif. I hope he is with us online and that he can hear us. Ambassador Adel, of course, is the Director ad interim of the UN Office for South Cooperation. I've had the honor of meeting him when he was still with UNDP. Of course, he does not remember me at all. And when he was heading the team that wrote the Arab Human Development Report. I am proud to say that he's walked the same halls I did because he was a career diplomat in Egypt as well. So please, Ambassador Abdul Latif, you have the floor if you can hear us. Should we? Okay.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear colleagues. It is my great honor to address the African Peer Review Mechanism High-Level Peer Review Forum on South-South Cooperation. The United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation is delighted to work with regional institutions review mechanism, APRM. I would like to thank the African Peer Review Mechanism for their solid partnership with the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation. We are all aware the implementation of the outcome document of the 2019 Second United Nations High-Level Conference on South-South Cooperation, BAPA plus 40, was interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the pandemic was also an opportunity for the Global South to show how countries can work better together. In his message on the occasion of the 2021 UN Day for South-South Cooperation, the Secretary General made important remarks on South-South Cooperation, highlighting that South-South and triangular cooperation offer concrete solutions to share challenges, and as the world seeks to ramp up COVID-19 response and recovery and tackle the existential threat of climate change, South-South and triangular cooperation is more essential than ever, end of quote. Countries of the Global South were early leaders in sharing information and solutions and innovations, in working together to solve common problems or devising common strategies to defend their shared objectives, especially in efforts to save lives. South-South and triangular cooperation during and after the crisis also lay the basis for long-term cooperation on issues that will likely grow more acute after the pandemic has receded, as the world seeks new pathways towards achieving all internationally agreed sustainable development goals, and the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Excellencies, moving forward with regard to building institutional capacity, the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation led the preparations of the first United Nations system-wide strategy on South-South and triangular cooperation for sustainable development. The United Nations system is already leveraging South-South and triangular cooperation to support and facilitate policy dialogues, provide technical assistance and exchange, provide normative support, forge collaborative alliances, broker knowledge, develop multi-stakeholder partnerships, and mobilize development finance from all sources. This strategy aims to ensure more strategic, coherent, United Nations support member states in driving forward the 2030 agenda and dedicated action to deliver, promoting regional solidarity and ensuring self-reliance. They have demonstrated their ability are locally relevant and contextually appropriate. Moreover, South-South cooperation is becoming institutionalized in a variety of ways. Some are creating their own South-South cooperation interventions. In spite of this significant progress in Africa on South-South cooperation, there are still more needs. Within the Global South, these countries should be the priority. LDCs are also the priority for the whole UN system. 7% of these LDCs in Africa. Intuition and the African peer review mechanism signed the memorandum of understanding based on 2018. Both institutions pool their
I think maybe it's time to move on. Just like to thank Ambassador Abdulatif in absentia. I just realized that this was a recorded message. The points he's trying to make, I believe, are
regional meetings in Africa concerning South-South cooperation.
If I can please request that we cut the video and move on to the next speaker, I think that would be best for the audience too. Thank you very much. But the salient points I think that Ambassador Abdulatif was trying to make is how the UN Office on South-South Cooperation can assist member states, particularly in Africa, on the articulation and the implementation of national plans that are aligned with the Buenos Aires Plan of Action. Are we still social distancing? Can I move to this chair? I'd like to be closer to my panelists. Thank you very much. It's been a long time. Our next speaker, if you'll allow me, please, Mrs. May Abikar. She is the manager of the Cairo Regional Hub of the Islamic Development Bank. She comes to us with a wide range of experience on gender and development and in an array of international organizations, including, of course, UN Women and UNDP. It is an honor to be on the same panel. Please, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. good afternoon. I'm not sure the colleagues in the virtual world, and good evening. It's a pleasure to be here on the behalf of the Islamic Development Bank. My name is Maida Bikir, and I want to share with you in this session about the national ecosystems for South-South cooperation and how is the Islamic Development Bank acting on the Papa Plus 40 recommendation. Okay, just a brief on the Islamic Development Bank. I'm not sure that everyone knows about it. So the Islamic Development Bank is a multilateral development bank that was established in 1975 with a mandate for promoting social and economic development in its member countries. And these are 57 member countries spread around 4 continents across the globe and all from the south. It provides financing for public and private sector projects, but capacity development is a key pillar of all its interventions, and it supports countries in capacity development in various sectors. We have a long-standing experience in South-South and triangular cooperation that started in 1983. So it's almost 40 years of experience, and would like to share with you how we are progressing on that and what we learned from our experience. So what we learned from our experience that the countries of the South have something to offer. Each and every country has something to offer, despite of the different levels of development. Secondly, that these countries that has political commitment and a political will and have supporting institutional arrangements are ahead more than those that are not in this high commitment and high engagement for South-South and triangular cooperation. Increasing the contribution of South-South and triangular cooperation towards sustainable development requires more than establishing a national agency for South-South and triangular cooperation. It entails more than that, and it has to do with having enabling environment and having other elements that we're going to share with you shortly. How far our member countries are progressing on implementing the Papa Plus 40 outcome document. So we can attest that there is a number and diverse collaborative projects taking place in our member countries. But as we know that due to the COVID situation, there is a shift in priority, but still it's at a slower pace, but there is progress in building the enabling factors of South-South and triangular cooperation, which would have a wider and deeper effect on achieving the SDGs. The enabling factors include having national policies and strategies for South-South and triangular cooperation, and having competent South-South cooperation agencies, financial resources, and monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. Yeah. Okay, I tried to structure the presentation in a way that it answers the key questions we wanted to discuss in this session. So what are the major initiatives that the bank has done to promote to South-South and triangular cooperation in Africa? So for us as a Islamic Development Bank, we perceive that the enabling factors for South-South cooperation as one integrated framework, one integrated ecosystem. So we developed, along with other partners, a complete framework that defines national ecosystems for South-South and triangular cooperation based on the long experience we have in terms of supporting these countries and supporting this particular area. So our framework was very well received by our member countries, and it looks at a dual approach, whereby we are enabling the African member countries to do more and better in South-South triangular cooperation projects, while giving priority to addressing the consequences of COVID at this particular time. The second approach is helping these countries to build their national ecosystems. And in just a minute, I will share with you what we mean by national ecosystems, what are the main pillars of that national ecosystem. But these were the dual approach that we used in Africa. And as you know, we are 57 member countries, 30 of them are in Africa. Okay, so the national ecosystem for South-South and triangular cooperation is a collection of interlinked institutional arrangements. These arrangements complement each other, and they don't have a specific hierarchical order. So the ultimate benefit of this ecosystem materializes when all parts coexist together and in a harmonious way to work together. When you have a national ecosystem, it provides the enabling environment for effective South-South and triangular cooperation in the country. So just will share with you the different pillars of the national ecosystem that we're talking about. So I will not go in details in what it means, but I will just highlight it and then we can discuss it later in the discussion. So to have a political will is important. To have a national strategy for South-South and triangular cooperation, so it is part of the National Development Plan. Having a connected actors, so you have a network of South-South and triangular cooperation development partners, stakeholders, having an agency in place that is responsible and mandated for that, having a financing mechanism, because without the resources you cannot be able to implement that, and having a performance management system. So that is important because you need to monitor and evaluate and continuously improve on the outcomes of your interventions in this particular area. So these are the key pillars or the key components of South-South and triangular cooperation ecosystem. And for us as an institution, we looked into how the different experiences of the countries differ. There is not a clear process where you say that, well, sorry. I'm not sure it's moving, sorry for that. Is it? Okay. Sorry. Sorry for the technology glitch. So what type of projects that we have done as an institution applying this framework for having a national ecosystem? So we have done two strategic interventions. One was in Nigeria, which is, sorry for that. In Nigeria, which has to do with assessing the national ecosystem for South-South cooperation. And the second is in Pakistan, which has to do with supporting the establishment of an entity that is responsible for South-South and triangular cooperation. The tools that the Islamic Development Bank uses for supporting national ecosystem has to do with assessing first the ecosystem in the country, then determining an action plan, and then supporting the implementation of this action plan. Okay, so what is recommended for the way forward from all what we have learned and the experience we had? So for our African member countries, that they need to enhance their national ecosystem in order to use this modality as an additional route towards achieving the sustainable development goals. Of course, it can be a very useful vehicle for achieving the sustainable development goals. Secondly, enhancing a national ecosystem for South-South and triangular cooperation requires that we have a methodological assessment in place, which is the assessment I was talking about, then preparing the action plan for building and strengthening each of the components of the ecosystem that we have spoken about, then implementing the action plan in parallel with doing South-South and triangular cooperation projects that are in line with the country's priorities. So these are the recommendations we see based on the experience we had for the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was concise and informative. And I think the IDB is a real example of South-South cooperation in the sense that it is a facilitation arm that was made by the South for the South. And you've shown us some great case studies and examples of success. But we cannot, I think, talk about South-South cooperation without hearing from the member states. And it is my great honor to give the floor now to Ambassador Hazem Khairat. So Your Excellency, you need no introduction from a puny mortal such as myself. You've been a mentor and a teacher for generations of diplomats in the Corps, and now you're heading the International Cooperation Office at the Ministry of Planning. Sir, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to welcome you in Egypt. Wishing you a good stay and hope you would have the time to visit historical sites in Cairo, and maybe you can go out of Cairo to enjoy the coasts in Egypt. I hope so, but I doubt, of course, because I know that you are workaholic, all of you. Second, I apologize on behalf of Her Excellency, Dr. Hala Saeed, Minister for Economic Development. I was going to say Foreign Affairs, as usual, because I'm used to being the Foreign Affairs Minister of Planning and Economic Development, for not being able to join us due to the unforeseen official obligation. Third, it's indeed my great honor and pleasure to join this very important occasion. This African peer review mechanism high-level forum on South-South and triangular cooperation, building agile and resilient societies in Africa and the global South. I wish to offer my congratulations to the APRM. The achievement of the APRM are a result of the combined efforts of each one of you. We share with you the vision of the APRM and take pride in your accomplishments across the board. Almost 40 years ago, the plan of action to promote and accomplish technical cooperation among developing countries, or the Buenos Aires Action Plan, BAPA, became a foundational milestone in bringing southern countries together in their demand for fair international relations and a new international economic order. The BAPA designed for the first time a comprehensive conceptual and operational framework for promoting technical cooperation among developing countries, TCDC, formulating a set of guiding principles and recommendations for the purpose of strengthening and supporting this modality of cooperation. The value of the Buenos Aires Plan of Action was not to have set a framework to TCDC, but to have left the doors open for future work. That is what makes us discuss it 40 years after its adoption. And we can point out that it is not only necessary to rewrite it, but to understand the message it wants to deliver in a different international context. And we will realize that the BAPA remains globally relevant. Speaking from the point of view of the Egyptian experience, we have faced the challenge demonstrated by COVID-19 by responding to the pandemic with Agenda 2063 and SDGs as the forefront. We had the strong intention and opportunity to strike a balance between mitigating the economic effects of the pandemic while also ensuring sustainability. While this was a difficult challenge at a difficult time, it enabled us to increasingly focus on new areas of resilient sectors such as education and health, digitization, logistics, agriculture, and green economy. Not only did the pandemic pave way for solution to new challenges, but it allowed for new methods and markets of triangle cooperation. And with the Egyptian example in mind, Egypt has partnered up with China to provide COVID vaccine, become the African manufacturing hub. The vaccine will be produced by the Joe-E affiliated company, Vaxera. Egypt Vision 2030 also passes in one way or another the implementation of the BAPA, as well as Agenda 2063, by virtue of the fact that it engages all stakeholders and development partners in the global South. Egypt is at a stage where it is encouraging the role of the private sector and civil society in order to achieve the realization of agenda goals, and this synergy creates the space to improve the quality of governmental services and implementing good governance principles.
In the interest of monitoring SDGs, Egypt has also been keen on submitting its national voluntary reports with the 3 BNRs under its belt within the last 5 years. Our most recent BNR targets responding to the pandemic and sustainable financing, which places a special focus on green economy, putting us on track with the objective of the BAPA. We can proudly announce that Egypt, representing the African continent, has been officially selected to host the UN Climate Change Conference 2022, COP27, in November 2022 in Sharm el-Sheikh. We look forward to welcoming you all next year in Sharm el-Sheikh for the COP27 to further discuss the continued challenges that Africa faces in an effort to keep alive real catalysts for change, bringing us closer to the Africa we want. In light of all that has been said, Egypt is eager to seize the opportunity of its recent ascension to chairmanship of the COMESA, which took place only yesterday, as His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi took over from His Excellency President of Madagascar, Andry Rajoelina, during the opening session of the 21st COMESA Summit. Not only we are extremely honored, but it showcases Egypt's enthusiasm to immerse itself in South-South cooperation, all towards the shared vision of Agenda 2063 and the African we want. We look forward to a prosperous term full of African achievements. This conference represents a unique opportunity to strengthen and further revitalize South-South and triangular cooperation within the framework of a global partnership of sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have today is the road that has already been paved for us by the BAPA, and the chance to move forward and further expand on the implementation of a legal document that remains timeless. Finally, let me say that despite the negative repercussions of the COVID pandemic, perhaps it was a wake-up call to allow us to work together more closely and to be more enthusiastic and eager to achieve our dream, Africa we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that overview of what Egypt is doing in light of South-South cooperation. And if I can take one thing away from that, it would be to highlight the voluntary national reporting, which, as you mentioned, Egypt has chosen to do 3 times. Not only a testament to its confidence in what it is doing, but also to its ability to coordinate intergovernmentally and interagency-wise. We'll talk about knowledge management between countries, but it is often the case that we face internal challenges nationally on information sharing between departments, and the VNR in Egypt was a showcase of how the nation was able to mitigate these difficulties. Finally, I'd like to introduce, please, my dear sister, Rosina Regini, who is the acting CEO of Rwanda Corporation, which is the agency that coordinates Rwanda's South-South cooperation activities. She is the epitome of leadership and energy, with a decade of experience in the public service and the nonprofit sector. Please, Sister Aurelius, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to be part of this event, and it is my pleasure to share with you on Rwanda's effort in implementing South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. When you look at the development journey that Rwanda has taken over the past 2 decades, it is clear that 2 major approaches have been at the core of socioeconomic and governance transformation we see today, which itself is evidenced by the country's performance across indicators such as Human Development Index and the Corruption Control Index. In recent years, there has been increasing interest and demand from different countries and the international organization to benchmark from Rwanda's homegrown initiatives and their impact on Rwanda's ability to meet its development objective. Indeed, much of the demand to understand Rwanda's development successes and the trajectory stems from the fact that we did a concerted effort to identify homegrown initiatives to address our development challenges, which were drawn from our traditions and contextualized to our modern needs and realities. But also we draw from the best practices from the international community and adapted them to Rwanda's context. The country's engagement in South-South cooperation brings a unique experience on how to overcome challenges with the limited resources as a low-income country. This gives Rwanda an important comparative advantage to apply or to play a proactive role and add our voice in this evolving international development landscape. Rwanda's current development blueprint in the Vision 2050, which underlines, among other goals, the country's goals to become an upper middle income by 2035 and a high income country by 2050. This vision has been segmented into a series of what we call National Strategies for Transformation, or NSTs, with which each spanning over 7 years and having clear objectives to achieve the first strategy, NST1, will run until 2024. In NST1, there is a transformational governance pillar which underline strengthening diplomatic and international cooperation to accelerate Rwanda and Africa's development. As one of its priority area and one of its strategic objective was to put in place a mechanism to raise awareness of Rwanda homegrown initiatives locally and internationally to support development. This goal is what led in 2018 to the creation of Rwanda Cooperation as an institution mandated with streamlining the coordination of Rwanda's South-South cooperation strategy activities and the triangular cooperation activities. Since our creation, we have been able to share Rwanda's homegrown initiatives and good practices with over 1,400 delegates from government, private sector, and civil society from over 41 countries. So in a sense, the 2019 BAPA Plus 40 conference and its outcome documents emboldened our commitment to a journey we had embarked on. I'd like to point out major activities that we dedicated to promote South-South and the triangular cooperation in Africa. First, through Rwanda Cooperation, we centralized the coordination of our study visit and the training program. Secondly, we also focused not only on knowledge sharing, but also to technical cooperation through advisory and project implementation. For instance, through bilateral agreement signed in 2019, we have worked with the government of Chad to operationalize the integrated financial management information system as a means of improving Chad public finance management. Thirdly, and especially with the COVID pandemic showing the need for digital knowledge sharing mechanism, we developed Rwandapedia, which is a platform that currently provides the most extensive information to all Rwanda homegrown initiatives, supported up-to-date data. We also integrated an online learning feature into this platform, which will give users access to Rwanda's good practices. It should be operational by the end of this year. Last but not least, an important factor is the success of South-South and the triangular cooperation is cooperation between South-South and the triangular implementation agencies. We have actively sought to create partnerships with other cooperation agencies, not only as a means to increase cooperation between our countries, but also to be able to benchmark on each other's successful approaches in implementing South-South and the triangular cooperation. We are happy to see that APC Colombia is one of the organizing partners of this forum, as we are in the final stages of concretizing our partnership. With regard to COVID, knowing that COVID has changed the narrative to maximize the benefit from South-South cooperation between African countries and the other continents, Africa pandemic preparedness and our relatively better ability to contain the pandemic can be contributed to many factors, but there is no denying that a major factor is that it's the experience gained and shared while working with each other to combat previous various outbreaks such as Ebola. But the most abysmal inequalities in vaccine distribution in Rwanda and the global south as compared to the West has also highlighted how important it is that we invest heavily in upgrading our skills in infrastructure, in scientific fields, and so on. South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation can be important an important driver of this change. Furthermore, the global pandemic has drastically rolled back progress that had been made by African countries toward achieving SDGs. This guarantees that much of the emphasis in Africa and the world would be on the prospects for economic recovery and supporting efforts toward overcoming the health and economic effects of the pandemic. Much of the focus will also turn to the need to support the creation of regional and the value chain in Africa and the global south in order to for the continent to be in a more resilient position to face future pandemics. It is now necessary to necessitating mutually beneficial relation in development cooperation, trade and investment. All of this will play a complementary role in reinforcing the importance of South-South cooperation as an imperative for the continent and for the global south in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I really enjoyed the presentation, and I personally look forward to the launch of Rwandapedia, a great example of that knowledge sharing and knowledge management aspect of the MAPA that we're discussing. I must also commend Rwanda's ability to galvanize South-South cooperation to overcome that hurdle of limited resources that you mentioned in the beginning presentation, and also Rwanda's leadership in a hub for mRNA vaccine production in the very near future. Very foresightful of the leadership in that regard. I don't want to keep you away from you all deserve a cup of coffee, but we can entertain 1 or 2 questions from the floor to the panelists. Any. In which case, since we can call it a day, please give a final. You have a question? You have a question.
Sorry. Just to break the silence, can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Hamouda. I am officer in charge of Agenda 63 of the African Peer Review Mechanism. My question actually goes to Mrs. Maiba Bakr. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. I know that the Islamic Development Bank is a great development partner to many African countries, but my question is how we can support African countries in domesticating the ecosystem for South-South cooperation. And I believe that the Cairo Hub here will have a great input on that. But I'm very much looking forward to hearing from you on this point. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for your question. Maybe I just skimmed through the presentation. I tried to really stick to the 5 to 7 slides and the time slot, but yes, that national ecosystem that I spoke about has to do with the process of how you create this ecosystem for South-South and triangular cooperation. So you start by, the Islamic Development Bank start by assessing the enabling environment, what is in the country in terms of an ecosystem for promoting South-South and triangular cooperation. Then based on that assessment, there is an action plan to be developed, and then this action plan to be implemented. So that is the process. This way, you ensure that whatever commitment you have at the global level for South-South cooperation is domesticated and is promoted within the existing system. And as I said, it's important that you have an enabling environment. So you need to have strategies in place, policies in place. You also need to have the capacities in place. You have a dedicated agency for promoting South-South cooperation. And then you have the financial resources to implement whatever initiative you are going to come up with, together with the stakeholders and actors in place. So the domestication starts with this assessment, and then you take it through. The Islamic Development Bank has a department that is responsible for handling South-South and triangular cooperation. The bigger umbrella is regional cooperation and integration, but within it, there is a unit responsible for that. And they are the ones overseeing the whole process and engagement with the countries. And I'd be more than happy to share their contacts so that we can take this further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Going once? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Amara Kalon, Deputy Minister of Political and Public Affairs for the Republic of Sierra Leone. We all know that Sierra Leone is a small country in West Africa. We are known for our beautiful beaches. I know you have heard about, and it also hosts forested mountains, drylands, and mangroves, among other ecosystems. And if you consider part of our diversity hotspots, we have diverse wildlife and plant species across the country. But what we're experiencing now is an increase in population, and that is creating pressure on land for agriculture. And also, we also have minerals, and during the war, our minerals were exploited to an extent that we are now having environmental problems in mining areas. So the present government, my government, what we decided was to create a separate ministry, which is the Ministry of Environment. We separated it from the Ministry of Agriculture, and we have gone beyond to also separate the National Disaster Management Agency from the Office of National Security. And these are all meant to see how we can move along in making sure that we protect our environment and the ecosystem. So I'll be very much grateful if we can continue discussion on this and see how Sierra Leone can benefit to make sure that we're able to preserve and conserve our ecosystem and make sure that the increase in population will not continue to affect, the biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And for Sierra Leone, as you know, Sierra Leone is a member country of the Islamic Development Bank. So we'll definitely be interested to engage with you and see how through South-South cooperation, we can assist Sierra Leone in learning from an experience from another country. We have a modality for South-South cooperation in the Islamic Development Bank called reverse linkage. So it is about a country identifying a certain area that would like to learn from another country, and the bank can facilitate that through this modality. So definitely we can take that further offline. Thank you.
Brilliant. That's what this conference is all about, links and synergies. We'll take one last question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. I am Kiran Dumbe from the Ministry of External Relations in Cameroon. We've been working with the Islamic Development Bank on the putting up the ecosystem in Cameroon. It's still like in the process. But my question is actually to the Rwandan Cooperation Agency. I would like to know what's the procedure to engage with the cooperation agency in Rwanda. If we can have like details, it'll be interesting to engage with that agency. So Mrs. Rosine, please, if we can have the information, thank you.
Thank you very much. Engaging with Rwanda Cooperation is simple. You go to our
Rosine,
website.
go ahead, if you can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? Perfect. So I was saying that Rwanda Cooperation has a website. It's cooperation.rw, and engaging with us, it's just by emailing us directly using my last name and at rwandacooperation.rw. Otherwise, I will share the contact with APRM, and then you can contact us directly. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ambassadors, and colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Kevin Abalo, and I'm going to be your moderator for this particular section, and I hope you had a good breakfast and a little more interaction and networking. That is all about South-South cooperation. In this section, we're going to be very interactive, and also we had a presentation. We have a presentation from Professor Adela. Professor Adela is an integrated professor at the University of South Africa. His research focuses on institutional to environment of international investment and capital flows, poverty, eradication, migration, and sustainable of growth and development in Africa and emerging economies. He completed bachelor degrees at Uganda State University, honored and master's degree at the University of South Africa of the which some business is called. His academic and professional engagements have included appointment at the Management Development Institute of the Gambia, Babok University, Nigeria, and University of Lagos, Nigeria. He has consulted widely for various corporate and multinational organizations such as Standard Bank of South Africa, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, United Kingdom, the United Nations, and most of all, the African Union. Professor, it is an honor to have you with us today. Please, you can kickstart with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to start by saying good afternoon to Your Excellencies. I have to say good afternoon to the APRM Secretariat, as headed by Professor Edi Maloka, my big brother. And I have to conclude by saying that I standard and all existing protocols. What we're talking about this morning is basically we're looking at how can Africa best leverage the learning process that we have benefited from COVID-19. And so basically what we're looking at how can Africa utilize the African free continental trade. That is one of the major achievements of the African Union in contemporary experience. How can we leverage that to promote medical advances across Africa? Of course, I am particularly very grateful and appreciative of the efforts that has been made by the Islamic Republic of Egypt when it comes to the medical innovation into inventing COVID-19 vaccine, which is one of the leading research that has been done successfully in Africa. We listened to what our sister said about advances that has been made in Rwanda as well. But the topic we're looking at it today specifically looks at corroborative efforts through the African on how to improve our medical advances in Africa in order to guide against possible future shock. I mean, we know there's going to be another shock. We don't know when, but we know definitely it's going to happen very soon. And so we're going to start the discussion. We're going to kick off this discussion by looking at one of the recent research, healthcare resilience, towards avoiding or towards managing healthcare shock in a more manageable manner. And if we look at this, one of the most important things is availability of healthcare system. How many clinics do we have in our geographical locations? Where are they located? What is the distance between our people and the healthcare facilities? How much, for how many hours do they operate? And are they well equipped? Do they have personnel? Do they have medicines? Do they even have tools to work with and all those kind of things? And how about funding? To what extent are these healthcare systems funded? And, you know, some of these indicators. So if we look at it very well from this report, we observe that Africa called exogenous shock. I mean, we didn't see it coming, and our existing system suggested, you know, weaknesses, which made us extensionally susceptible to inadequacies when they happened. So that said, we also look on governance, architecture, and response to COVID-19. And that report also corroborated the response of the report of the World Health Organization on ill preparedness of Africa towards exogenous healthcare shock. So now, if we have to use African continental trade as an arsenal, as a launch to really, you know, galvanize Africa's preparedness and to build some kind of resilience into our healthcare system, how do we do that? How do we strengthen our medical capability towards exogenous shock? Now, the proposition here is using what impulse substitution industrialization. Of course, it's not popular in so very many environments. However, it has worked extensively in so many systems, such a way that it works specifically for Africa. So we're going to look at it from two perspectives. The first perspective is human resources management. If we look at it today, healthcare systems in Africa is disjointed. Healthcare, you know, practitioners training, the same thing, Nigeria, the same thing, South Africa, and all other African countries. They have specific training processes for healthcare delivery system practitioners. And How about if we harmonize this process to ensure that through African Union architecture and instruments, how about if we have a kind of, maybe a continental-wide standard and code that speaks specifically into the minimum standard of healthcare personnel. When we want to train a medical doctor, let's say general medical doctor, this is the standard and codes. This is the manual. This is the toolkit on the kind of training that we expect every healthcare practitioner in Africa, essentially general practitioners, to have. And we roll that out across Africa, and it is coordinated from Africa Continental Secretariat. It is possible, but if we are able to do that, then it means that we will be promoting, movement of healthcare workers across Africa. In most cases, when we shut off healthcare personnel in Africa, we call them from outside. Some of them cannot even speak our languages. I mean, imagine bringing a doctor from a South American country that speaks Latin America into a rural area to interact with people. How would they communicate with them? And if you cannot communicate with people, you use interpreter. In most cases, these interpreters they are not medical doctors. They don't even understand medical jargons. And you bring them to come and diagnose, specific ailment in rural areas. However, it is going to be different if these medical practitioners are people that the local people can relate with. So if we're able to do this successfully, I think it's going to help us a lot. Another thing is youth empowerment through the use of technology. If we look at it, African youth, according to the World Bank, Africa today is blessed with about 70% of African population are aged below 30. And this population they are so versed in technology, in the use of technology. How about if we utilize this supernatural endowment in Africa to aid our medical advances? I mean, Ghana did it during the COVID-19. They developed a drone in Ghana that they used to deliver medical paraphilias to people. The drones was doing that, and this was imposed. This was exogenously imposed on Ghana to do it as a response to COVID. They didn't do it before COVID, but during COVID they did it. How about if African Continental Secretariat, the African Union, can take this as an opportunity and say, well, our youth, most of our youth are jobless. We can empower the youth. We can use the youth, for medical interventions. Okay, essentially capitalizing and exploring their technological capability. Another thing we can do is, how about if we promote peer learning? We remember how Liberia responded to the Ebola outbreak, and Sierra Leone and Nigeria. This kind of capabilities should have been extensively utilized when we experienced COVID-19 pandemic. We didn't use them. Instead of that, we started listening to the West, who were giving us, instructions and they call it guidelines on how to respond to pandemic. Africa has experienced so many pandemics in the past, and even specifically Ebola, they left us to Ebola. They even closed their borders against Africa. They say, if you are from Africa, don't come to our countries because you have Ebola. And Africa developed an homegrown strategic intervention to curb Ebola. Ebola is history. The same thing Spanish flu, the same thing malaria, and so very many other things. I mean, exogenous health crisis has been with Africa for a very long time, and we have responded adequately to all these things. So when COVID-19 started, I mean, it could have been good. It would have been possibly our response pattern should have changed. Shouldn't have been the same as what it was. How about if we call the medical practitioners that responded to Ebola to a conference and say, well, guys, how did you do it when Ebola happened? What were the lessons that were learned from Ebola? Because if we look at it, the medical metamorphosis Ebola is something somehow similar to COVID-19. It spreads by one-to-one, interpersonal, interactions, one way or the other. And how about if we have harvested that kind of indigenous knowledge and said, well, you people responded well to Ebola. Now let's learn from it. Outside world from Africa, give us a break. Let's do it in our own way. We have done it in our own way before, and it has worked successfully. But up to today, we still receive guidance from outside of Africa. According to the APRM report, the preliminary report on Africa's response to COVID-19, we deduce that in some of the communities, people have to leave the comfort of their home to even use sanitation. And they said there must be hard lockdown. Of course, there could be hard lockdown in the city of New York because almost everybody live in comfort zone where they have sanitation within their homes. But in Africa, our situation is different. Possibly this is why it is so important that as Africans, we develop a kind of homegrown response to pandemic. It's going to happen again, we don't know when, but we should be well prepared before it happens. The second one is medical and medical equipment approach. I will refer to the APRM report again, which indicated that even in some countries where they have money to pay for these, protective gears and all these kind of things, they couldn't buy them. Even up to today, some countries are still struggling to buy COVID-19 vaccines. In most recent WHO General Assembly meeting, the UN Secretary General lamented that although the world has passed science test, but the world over has failed moral test, because the advanced economy that invented the COVID-19 vaccines, they harden it. They're making it difficult for less privileged communities to have them. You will see them destroying expired vaccines. They are destroying them. And still, so many underdeveloped countries are still struggling to even have basic vaccination, the first dose of vaccination for their population. So how about then Africa as a continent come up and have a kind of continental integrated healthcare system that maybe research institutes? Egypt has done so well, but how about if we now transform this into an African-wide initiative and say that Africa should have, a center? Of course, we do have Center for Disease Control, but then do they have the institutional capability and expertise to invent vaccines? No, they don't. No, we don't. Now, how about if we come up together under the umbrella of African Union and especially the Free Continental Trade Agreement, and ensure not only invent these capabilities, we also move them across borders where they are needed within the African continent. I think it is possible, and I think it is something we should do. It is very, very essential that we do all these things, essentially because if we look at the keynotes, I said that another pandemic is in the offing. It's just a matter of time. We don't know when it's going to happen, but we know it's going to happen anyway. And about 70% of African population is under the age of 30, and they are technologically savvy. If we do not employ them to work in this productive area that we need them the most, they will use the technological knowledge for something else that may bring problems. And of course, there is a weakening macroeconomic fundamentals across Africa. The debt burden is continuously widening. In some countries in Africa, they spend about 40% of their GDP to service debt. So how sustainable is those kind of economy? They are not sustainable. So now if there is an exogenous medical shock, how do they respond adequately? They'll find it difficult to respond because they wouldn't even have sufficient money to finance the basic, necessities. And that is why you see protests. That is why you see, civil unrest and all those kind of things, because the government is failing to live up to basic expectations. The last one there is if you look at the specific dynamics of the world economy today, we will see that whenever there is a shock, each and every integrated system, they come together. Like European Union, they come together. United States, they orchestrate and they collect their resources for their own internal use. When they invented COVID-19 vaccine, they didn't start exporting it. They started using it to save their own lives, the lives of their own people. I think Africa should come together and do the same thing and start the research in advance and say, well, how do we respond as Africa to another pandemic? What are the lessons that we have learned from COVID-19? How can we leverage the South-South cooperation to ensure that we build internal capability that is going to help us build some kind of state resilience to another exogenous shock when it happens? It's going to happen again. We don't know when, but it is better we are well prepared before it happens. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, and that was really wonderful. I think Professor deserves more than that. Can we clap to him enough? Thank you very much. Professor talked more on how innovative, strong Africa is, and also lessons learned from the Ebola and how we overcome Ebola and how we can also overcome any other pandemic that might arise anytime from now, and how resilient Africa is. And most of all, he talked and concluded about togetherness, how strong we can be if we stand as Africa. We will move far, much more better. I think we will need health and IT here. And IT here because one of the speakers is not so well versed with English, so he will need help. Please, IT guys. He had not been getting whatever that had been presented, so please, we need help. Translation. Yeah, translation, please. You don't have the earphone. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Moving forward, we're going to have a brief presentation. Sorry about that. Okay. So moving forward, I apologize about that. Moving forward, we're going to have our next speaker is Leonora James, Advisor Cabinet of the Minister of Economic Planning, Statistics and Regional Integration, Republic of Congo. Sergeant have a message for us from his minister. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you. Please.
Bonjour à tous. Mesdames et messieurs, en vos rangs, grades et qualités, toute préséance respectée, chers participants, je voudrais avant tout respecter les organisateurs de ce forum de haut niveau et plus particulièrement le secrétariat continental du MAEP et ses partenaires pour avoir associé la République du Congo à cette réflexion sur la coopération sud-sud et la coopération triangulaire. C'est aussi l'occasion de son Excellence, Madame Ingrid Olga Ghislaine Ibuka Babakas, ministre de l'Économie, du Plan, de la Statistique et de l'Intégration régionale de la République du Congo, qui est retenue pour des raisons d'État. J'ai donc été mandaté par Madame le ministre pour délivrer au cours de ce forum sa déclaration dont je m'empresse à vous donner lecture. Mesdames, Messieurs les dirigeants des institutions et organisations internationales, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des partenaires au développement, Monsieur le directeur général du secrétariat continental du MAEP, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos rangs, grades et qualités, toute préséance respectée. Le forum de haut niveau du mécanisme africain d'évaluation par les pairs, triangulaire, se tient du 24 au 25 novembre 2021, qui se tient du 24 au 25 novembre 2021 au Caire en Égypte, se déroule dans un contexte exceptionnel, marqué par la persistance d'une crise sanitaire de portée mondiale engendrée par la pandémie de Covid-19. La résurgence de cette pandémie, causée par la circulation active des variants plus virulents et plus contagieux, continue d'affecter les économies, même les plus solides. La quasi-totalité des pays endurcit les mesures barrières déjà drastiques pour se prémunir des affres de cette pandémie. La République du Congo n'est pas épargnée par ce choc. Elle est confrontée à une circulation du variant Delta qui risque de remettre en cause les efforts déployés jusque-là par le gouvernement depuis l'apparition des premiers cas confirmés de Covid-19. À la date du 21 novembre 2021, mon pays a enregistré 18 390 cas confirmés de Covid-19 et 319 décès. Ainsi, pour lutter contre la propagation de la Covid-19, le Congo avait élaboré 3 plans de riposte, dont le dernier en juillet 2021. Toutefois, compte tenu de la réticence des Congolais à se faire vacciner, le 18 octobre 2021, sous l'impulsion de son Excellence M. Denis Sassou Nguesso, président de la République, chef de l'État, le gouvernement congolais conduit par son Excellence M. Anatole Koliné Makosso, Premier ministre, chef du gouvernement, a lancé une vaste opération dénommée coup de poing Covid-19. Évaluée à 4,3 milliards de francs CFA, cette opération d'une durée de 45 jours vise à intensifier la lutte contre la propagation du Covid-19 dans le pays et à réduire ainsi l'impact d'une 3e vague. Cette opération se résume, entre autres, à l'intensification de la vaccination, de la mobilisation sociale et de la communication sur les risques, de la prise en charge des malades, de la surveillance épidémiologique et au contrôle rigoureux du respect des mesures de prévention. À titre d'exemple, le couvre-feu, l'interdiction des cérémonies de mariage, le port obligatoire de masques et la distanciation physique d'1 mètre lors des manifestations publiques. Le but ultime de cette opération est de vacciner 750 000 personnes pour atteindre un total d'1 029 personnes vaccinées, soit une couverture vaccinale de 20% et d'espérer au moins 30% à la fin de cette année, puis 60% à la fin du premier semestre 2020. En matière de vaccination, le pays est encore loin du compte parce qu'il n'a réussi à vacciner officiellement que 4,3% de la population. Les vaccins disponibles au Congo sont notamment l'américain Johnson & Johnson, le chinois Sinopharm et le russe Sputnik 5. À partir du 1er décembre 2021, l'accès aux services administratifs et aux espaces publics sera conditionné par le respect scrupuleux de plusieurs mesures, dont la présentation de la fiche de vaccination ou tout autre document tenant lieu. Mesdames et messieurs, à ce stade de mon propos, je voudrais rappeler qu'entre 2014 et 2017, l'économie congolaise, jusque-là florissante, en raison de la hausse des prix des cours mondiaux du pétrole, avait subi de plein fouet la baisse prolongée des cours de barils de pétrole. Le pays était alors confronté à une crise économique et financière exacerbée par la crise sanitaire. Cependant, ici est de rappeler que pour amorcer le processus de diversification de son économie, afin de sortir de sa dépendance structurelle aux revenus pétroliers et de s'engager sur la voie d'une croissance durable et inclusive, le Congo avait mis sur pied le Plan national de développement, PND 2018-2022. N'eût été la crise sanitaire, l'exécution rigoureuse de ce plan aurait permis au pays de disposer d'une base économique plus élargie, capable de créer davantage d'emplois, de réduire significativement la pauvreté et de contribuer au développement du capital humain. Le nouveau plan national de développement pour la période 2022-2026, en cours d'élaboration, a pour objectif de poser les bases d'une transformation structurelle de l'économie, afin de répondre à la crise économique et engendrer les effets d'entraînement dans les secteurs sociaux. À travers ce plan, le Congo se fixe l'ambition irréversible de sortir de la dépendance du tout pétrole afin de créer une base productive hors pétrole en s'appuyant sur 6 axes prioritaires, à savoir le développement de l'agriculture au sens large, le développement de l'industrie, le développement du tourisme, le développement des zones économiques spéciales, le développement de l'économie numérique et la promotion immobilière. Le financement du PND 2022-2026 nécessite 7 770 milliards de francs CFA pour la mise en œuvre au programme de 341 projets et de 4 objectifs de développement durable. Ce choix se justifie par la nécessité de créer de la richesse afin de résorber les problèmes du chômage et de pauvreté. L'impératif étant de construire une économie forte, diversifiée et résiliente pour une croissance inclusive. Mesdames et messieurs, en septembre 2015, la République du Congo avait adopté l'agenda 2030 du développement durable qui fixe 17 objectifs de développement durable afin d'éradiquer l'extrême pauvreté, combattre les inégalités, préserver la planète et renforcer le partenariat mondial. Notre pays avait opté, avec le concours du Programme des Nations Unies pour le développement, PNUD, pour l'alignement du PND 2018-2022 aux ODD, en priorisant et en transcrivant par rapport au contexte socio-économique national 14 ODD, 74 cibles et 113 indicateurs. Pour les objectifs non retenus, en l'occurrence les objectifs 17 et 14, les travaux de conceptualisation ont permis de ne retenir que 2 cibles respectives pour les ODD 6 et 17. Pour une mise en œuvre efficace et un suivi optimal des objectifs de l'agenda 2030, le gouvernement congolais avait déjà élaboré et validé 2 rapports de suivi de la mise en œuvre des ODD. Le rapport 2018 et celui de 2019. Le 3e rapport relatif à l'année 2020 est en cours de validation. Mesdames et messieurs, afin d'opérationnaliser la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, ZLECAf, et conformément aux recommandations de la Commission de l'Union africaine, en vue de l'entrée en vigueur de la dite zone, les institutions congolaises ont accompli de nombreuses diligences qui ont abouti à la production de la stratégie nationale de la ZLECAf 2021-2030. La campagne de sensibilisation et de vulgarisation de cette stratégie auprès des parties prenantes se poursuit dans les principales villes. Aussi, dans le but de tirer au mieux profit de la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf, la stratégie nationale 2021-2030 est assortie des recommandations et d'un plan d'action à réaliser d'ici 2030. En effet, cette stratégie nationale a pour objectif d'accroître de manière significative le volume des échanges des biens et services de la République du Congo vers l'Afrique et le montant des investissements à travers le renforcement de la production et la compétitivité nationale. Ayant dit cela, mesdames et messieurs, je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Advisor James, Cabinet Advisor of Minister of Economic Planning, Republic of Congo. That was a message from his minister to us. Thanks for that message. Right away, we're going to move to the next speaker. The next speaker is Honorable Herrick. Briefly, sir, we will kindly need to hear from you. We all know that African Continental Free Trade Area was founded in 2018 with trade commencing as of the 1st January 2021. It was created by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement among 54 of the 55 African nations with its headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Now, how can the African Free Trade Area support African countries to have intercontinental medical approach? Honorable Eric. Honorable Eric from the Republic of Kenya.
I think if I make the statement from Kenya, it will help to elucidate the points there, because we have a statement to make. Is that right?
Pardon, sir?
We have a statement to make as a country. And I'll answer that question.
Sure.
Within the context of the brief that I have.
Right.
Do I need to sit there or? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Samiu Wafuho. I'm the Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of National Treasury and Planning from the Republic of Kenya. And I am here on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of National Treasury and Planning, who is the point person for the APRM And so I stand on his credentials to make a presentation, hopefully then answer the question that has been asked. But I need to stay true to the fact that I am a sent one, an envoy. And for Kenya, we thought we could contribute to the discussions around economic governance experiences in the face of COVID pandemic. I, in personal way, want to stand on the protocols already established and say that recently we were in Cairo, we were in Cape Town, and now we're in Cairo. Indeed, the Cape Town to Cairo dream is a reality. In Kenya, the COVID-19 pandemic was not just a health issue to be dealt and be left to the health minister. We felt it was a social, economic, political, religious, cultural issue which needed a multi-sectoral approach in addressing it. We felt that combating COVID pandemic and its effects required a whole of government approach and ultimately a whole of society approach in which partnerships and collaborations within the country and at regional, continental, and global levels are pivotal. As a country, we put together the COVID pandemic response coordination leadership teams and sub-teams that drew membership from the government, the private sector, professional bodies, academic institutions, and religious community. The teams helped to shape the response strategy, policy, interventions, and public engagement. In order to address the pandemic and its impact in the face of conspiracy theories that were present within the East African region, in which the efforts to manage the pandemic were being frustrated by sometimes those particular agents who believed that there was a lot of conspiracy. For Kenya, within this context of conspiracy theories, we made sure that we rose above that. We ensured that we were looking for cohesive and current messaging. And so we chose to rely on scientific data that was generated both locally and from the reputable global bodies and think tanks. Our local bodies included the Kenya Medical Research Institute, the Center for Disease Control, and we relied also on the regional and global bodies in this space. Our strategy was twofold, namely to address the disease by treating those who are infected, limiting its spread, preventing populations from being infected on the one hand, and on the other hand, address the impact created by the pandemic by cushioning the economy and vulnerable groups through livelihood support. In addressing the disease, Kenya took drastic measures, including restricted gatherings, movements, enhancing surveillance and detection capacity, rapid expansion of health facilities, recruitment and orientation of additional medical personnel, promoting public hygiene such as hand washing and procurement of necessary pharma and non-pharma, including vaccines, oxygen plants, and mask production centers. The government has invested heavily in developing health facilities and plants to establish additional 50 new level 3 hospitals that are situated in non-covered areas and densely populated areas across the country. We have also engaged public universities and technical institutions and facilitated them and encouraged them to engage in innovations around local manufacture of medical technologies and equipment in support of medical and public health needs, such as the PPEs that arose out of the pandemic. We have a National Youth Service, some of the entities, including the Kitui County Textile Company, Shona Processing Zone, and other platforms that the country has deliberately invested in helping build their capacity to help build the systems and infrastructure that we need in addressing the pandemic. In addressing the social vulnerabilities created by the pandemic, Kenya set up an emergency response fund, and resources have been mobilized in that space. Contributions have come from individuals and local businesses. From local businesses to help support the government efforts. We have also had increased cash transfers under the ministry. So in addressing economic shocks, Kenya has been implementing the economic stimulus program. I think was alluded to in the first session. By the key product service sectors. They include our agriculture, our health, our education, our response policy, infrastructure, financial inclusion, energy and environmental conservation. Some of the measures that we've taken includes supporting small-scale tea farmers with fertilizer subsidy, certain livelihoods of farmers within national sugar belts, completing the ongoing reforms in the coffee subsector, and cushioning communities affected by the effects of the ongoing drought. For the young people, we have a Kazi Mtaani program that is covering over 200,000 young people across the country. Kenya established the Kenya Transport and Logistics and gaps in our healthcare system, but also strengthening partnerships and collaborations for regional, continental, and global response in the face of the current and future pandemics. We feel that the global partnerships are needed in building back better, and this includes funding and exchange of lessons as coordinated by the Africa Peer Review Mechanism and other vehicles. The Sierra Leone experience is Kenya. We continue as a country to stand against vaccine nationalism and we call for distribution of vaccines that is fair in Africa and Africa Pacific. This has been highlighted by our President Uhuru Kenyatta's recent visit to the United States of America, and we do laud the efforts made by the United States of America that has seen and has announced a further 17 million vaccines to the African Union. And so we are committed to the Pan-Africanism and mutually beneficial Global South partnership. And within that space, therefore, we feel that as Africa, as the question has been asked, as Africa continues to reflect on how to open up the infrastructure using the agreements that we have, that it can only work towards helping us to open up this continent, help Africa to do business with Africa, and help Africa to really find truly indigenous or orthogonous, as they are called in some places, solutions for what faces us as a continent. And so we do appreciate the partnerships that we enjoy from other development partners and the work they have done, especially for Kenya in injecting some of the economic stimulus packages that are helping the country of Kenya to recover from the vicissitudes of the COVID-19 pandemic. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable deserve more than that. Can we give him once more a round of applause? Thank you very, very much. That was from Honorable Eric Wafuko, Chief Administrative Secretary, State Department of Planning, Republic of Cairo. Before move forward, there is a brief announcement here. Black phone lost on one of the tables. Please, if it's yours, wave your hand. The IT department have it, so you can wave your hand and pick it up if it is yours. Thank you very much. If the phone is yours, you can wave your hand, and the IT department will be able to hand it over to you. On our list, our next speaker, we also have a presentation, Dr. Khalid Amin. Dr. Khalid Amin is the head of the Microeconomic Policy Center at the Institute of National Planning in Egypt. He is also a professor, doctor at the School of Economics in the Republic of Egypt, or Egypt. Please, you're welcome, sir. You can go ahead and deliver your.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon to discuss with you the Egypt's journey against COVID-19, but from socio. I'm not sure whether this is not mine. But I can present it as well. As you know, COVID-19 was different than previous crises. The crisis affected both supply and demand sides. Global value chains have been affected. Manufacturing activity has stopped in many countries. Wages have decreased, unemployment inclined, and consumer confidence has been adversely affected. Also, the geographical aspect of the crisis was huge. The crisis started in China, and after this spread to all economic worldwide. Also, the sectors at all times, and this was unprecedented. The cause of this crisis is not economic, but at the same time, the economic measures solely will not end the crisis, but only mitigate the repercussions. Okay, so this is a presentation. Okay, the effect of the pandemic of the global economy was huge. 20% decrease in employees' remittances, 40% decrease in foreign direct investment, working hours loss equivalent to 400 million, and at the same time we talk about from 70 to 100 million are expected to go under extreme poverty. Egypt was not an exception. So according to international institutions, forecasts for Egypt growth rate in year 2020, according to the World Bank, before COVID-19, the expectation was 5.9%, but after the COVID, 3%. According to the EPRD, the forecast of GDP growth was 5.9 as well, but after the pandemic, 0.5, and the same for the International Monetary Fund, the expectation got decreased from 5.9 to 2%. Definitely this expected impact urged the government of Egypt to take some measures to deal with the COVID-19, especially from economic and social perspective. However, Egypt did not start from scratch. Why? Because we relied on two major issues. The first one, or the first factor of resilience, was the success of the Egyptian economic reform started in year 2016. This economic reform leads to 5.4 GDP growth rate, 5% inflation rate, 7.7 unemployment rate, and increase in foreign exchange reserves in the Central Bank of Egypt to cover 8.5 months of imports, 5.5 decrease in budget deficit to reach 5.5 of GDP, and at the same time increase in FDI. So this was like the first factor of resilience. The second factor is actually the diversification of the Egyptian economy, and this is very important. We are not just rely on one sector dominating the economy of Egypt. We are talking about diversified economy. So this created a kind of resilience to our economy to deal with this pandemic. The government of Egypt strategy to deal with this pandemic or this crisis based on a number of determinants. Contains the spread of COVID-19 without causing an economic lockdown, and this was a strategic decision. The second determinant was support economic activity through sector-specific measures. So it's not one size fits all, but there was a kind of strategy for each sector. Support workers and ensure income stability, in addition to monitor the development of the crisis and estimate policies based on the development. In this regard, Egypt launched the policy tracker and impact tracker dashboard. This dashboard was important to ensure the economy's responsiveness and interaction with the crisis, and at the same time to measure the impact on GDP and at the same time on the fiscal performance of the Egyptian economy. In addition, to monitor the recovery rate. The most important thing regarding this was the transparency, and this is very important that the government communicating all policies and all measures with people, and at the same time with stakeholders, private sector, not-for-profit organizations, and so on. And at the same time, it was awareness, not just communication, but awareness, because in many cases, the government takes some measures, but people do not know anything about this measure, so they cannot benefit from these policies. During the period between the starting of the crisis until the first quarter of year 2021, the government of Egypt took around 378 measures to deal with COVID-19. These measures got implemented by around 70 agencies, and it covers a lot of social groups or segments of population. We are talking about vulnerable households, irregular labor, pensioners, women, youth, public sector employees, students, small and medium enterprises, and so on. And as you can see from this slide, this is the distribution of the measures and actions taken by the government of Egypt to support the economy, containing the spread of the pandemic and supporting individuals and affected sectors. Also, these slides give you an idea about what the government of Egypt for each of the sectors affected by the pandemic. So when we talk about the household sector, there was a monthly salary for irregular workers. Also, there was the Central Bank of Egypt announced 50 billion Egyptian pound to fund real estate development for low income families with repayment terms of up to 20 years. For business, there was a decrease in fuel prices and at the same time in gas prices, and adjourning the payment of the real estate tax imposed on factories and tourist facilities. When it comes to banking and financial sectors, the Central Bank of Egypt announced an Egypt billion package to launch a stock purchase program to activate the for health sector. There was an increase in the budget allocation for fiscal year 2019-2020. Sorry. Okay. And at the same time, there was also okay. And also, like, more injection for supplies, for health supplies in general. For tourism, there was a real estate tax relief for all firms operating in this sector, in addition to some package to support the sector to get recovered. This was like, the first step, or it was like, the reaction to the crisis. But after this, Egypt started to strategize to post-COVID-19 era, and mainly to work on stabilizing and to take some stabilizing measures, and work also on some economic and social reform programs. This was based on the Sustainable Development Goals, Egypt 2030 vision, in addition to Agenda 2063. In this regard, the government of Egypt signed an agreement with IMF with $5.2 billion. The purpose of this agreement was to cover Egypt's funding gap and easing the economic recession brought by COVID-19, in addition to maintain macroeconomic stability amid COVID-19 shock. In addition to this, the government decided to take to focus on 6 pillars for economic sustainability. The first pillar was diversifying the production structure of the Egyptian economy. The second pillar, improving the business environment and developing the role of the private sector. The third pillar, increasing the flexibility of the efficiency of training, the labor market and cruising, financial inclusion and access to finance. In addition, efficiency of public institutions and the governance, and human capital development. Egypt focused on 3 main reforms: business climate reform, sectoral reform, and in addition to this, enhancing role of the private sector. For business climate, it was very difficult to encourage the private sector during the crisis time to work and to inject more money in the economy. And the solution or the approach of the government of Egypt is to increase the public investment. So there was around a package of around 600 billion Egyptian pound to implement a new project and service aiming to enhance the citizen quality of life. This investment covered sectors like transportation, sanitation, construction, education, telecommunication, and health. The government takes the initiative, finance this project, but all these projects are implemented by the private sector, whether domestic private sector companies or international companies. In addition to this, and given the fact that we are in, Egypt was in the crisis, and actually it's better to focus our effort, there was a criteria to select a number of sectors to be the leading sectors for our economy during the era post-COVID-19. The government put criteria to select these sectors. This criteria include factors like growth potentiality, the share in GDP, meaning here, the contribution of these sectors to GDP, employability, linkage, and the global competitiveness and value addition. And based on this criteria, the government picked 5 sectors to be the leading sectors for Egypt over the coming years. Manufacturing, especially domestic manufacturing, tourism, construction, telecommunication, and agriculture. This criteria got translated and presented in the following year plan. And for this regard, there was around increase of low components of industry. In addition to this, green economy was the focus of the government through realizing more environmental sustainability and reaching, the green economy, and after this, issuing green bond economy as green bonds to support financing the economy. In addition to this, the government of Egypt wants to encourage public-private partnership through establishing the sovereign fund of Egypt. The sovereign fund of Egypt is governed, purposely drafted to safeguard the autonomy and independence. So it was like, something public and private at the same time. The purpose of this fund is to inject the capital and best practice management strategies to unlock the value. And here are the major 4 components of the investment of this fund: tourism and real estate investment, financial service and digitalization, health service and pharmaceutical industries, facilities and infrastructure. So this fund is now a leading fund to support investment in Egypt. You can see here a number of, examples of what this fund did at the national level, regional level, and international level. What's important to say here is that economy does not work alone. Okay, you cannot, yes, all these reforms were important. At this time, it supported the of Egypt, but at the same time, economy is only the way to reform packages. So there is a huge program now to improve the public administration system in Egypt through restructure the government itself in terms of number of ministries and number of agencies. In addition to this, improve the quality of public servant in Egypt. And what's important in addition to us is the year, maybe the coming months will witness the movement of a number of ministries to the new capital. So this is very important. In addition to this, there is a lot of attention given to the public service provision in terms of quality of these services and in terms of the public expenditure efficiency as well. So we are talking about a comprehensive package of reform to deal with COVID-19. And I don't want to take from your time before the lunch. I understand that this is the last speech before the lunch, but maybe in a side talks we can talk about the effect of all these measures on the overall economic and financial performance of Egypt during this year and the forecasts for the coming years, to see to which extent these measures lead to improve the situation in Egypt. What I want to say is that this presentation is a contribution of the Ministry of planning and economic development to this distinguished gathering, and we sure that sharing this kind of information and measures is a way to cooperate and a way to integrate with the continent in the coming days and years. And we are in the ministry, we are actually open to share all the details related to these measures and these actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid Zakaria. It's an honor to learn that despite COVID-19, Egypt has an increment on public investment, also heading towards its strategic plans. And also, though it has been affected by, its GDP has been affected by COVID-19. I think it's the right time now for the audience to give in comments based on the presentations that was made by the honorable speakers here. So if you have a comment, a question to the speakers, please, wherever you are, you can raise up your hand, and I would be so much glad to give you an opportunity to say a word or two. Thank you. Maybe before that, there was a little bit of miscommunication from my side, and I apologize for that. Actually, the black smartphone is lost on one of the tables. So if you have it, please, you can wave or drop it to the IT department. Thank you. Yes. Please. I can see your hand, please. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Dr. Charles Silva, I'm the executive chair for APRM Secretariat Sierra Leone. Having listened, my comments will go directly to the last speaker. I'm really very impressed by his statement, particularly so when he says that the state functions like an organism. We always argue that in politics that the state functions as an organism. So the approach really is multifaceted. But the point I want to make here, yesterday, I have to say this, the essence of this gathering is to share experience that the health sector in Egypt is actually advanced. And in fact, for us in Sierra Leone, we already have an Egyptian medical outfit, healthcare, life care. That life care has contributed immensely into our health sector. Despite the commendations from previous speakers as to how we handle the COVID-19, our response to the COVID-19. I'm happy for that commendation, but that notwithstanding, we are not oblivious of the fact that we are also challenged in diverse ways. In the health sector, for instance, I also use this opportunity to share with this August gathering that in the past 2 weeks, we had another very unfortunate development in Sierra Leone where, a fare tanker exploded and Sierra Leoneans, particularly the youth, but motorbike riders, particularly, we labeled them as Al-Qaeda riders. They were the group that was, adversely, grossly affected by that whole issue. That also overspread our health sector. What happened? The good thing about it was that we had our health personnel across the country voluntarily converging on the capital city, Freetown, just to, complement the efforts of the resident medical personnel in the city. Of course, we also got in some assistance from other countries, Africa, Italy, and what have you. But having said all of this, I think there is a lot we can learn from the Egyptians, and there is also areas we can collaborate. That cannot be discussed here now, but that is just for the Egyptian authorities, that on returning home, through our embassy in Egypt, do not be surprised if you get calls from our health ministry or the government of Sierra Leone to see how best we can collaborate. thankfully, I'm here with the Deputy Minister of Political and Public Affairs. So once we return to Sierra Leone, we will take this effort. So once again, I thank you for sharing your own experience with us. I think we'll use that to complement the efforts we're already making. I thank you for your audience.
Thank you very much. And I think we are very ready to learn from Egypt experience. That was, I think, it was a comment, not a question. But if you have anything to add, it's well and good. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the comment, and definitely, and we can, and the ministry itself, like can cooperate, and before leaving, definitely, I'm going to give you the not just the community, the contact information, but also I'm going to make it to arrange a meeting with a focal point in the Ministry of Planning to be able to get all the information you need. This is number one. Number two, also the Ministry of Planning has a technical arm, which is the Institute of National Planning. The Institute of National Planning is the technical arm of the ministry, and at the same time, it documents many of the intervention taken by the government of Egypt. And actually, it's when you cross the street, you will find the institutional National Institute of National Planning. So I think also you can have a visit there, and definitely they can share with you many of the interventions already documented in English as well.
Thank you. That is the spirit of South-South cooperation. It has already started. Any other question, comment? Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Sophia Bray from the APRM Secretariat. I'm monitoring the questions online from our participants that are participating virtually. So may I please ask a question on behalf of one of them?
Please.
Okay. So we have a question from Mutewa Busika. This is directed to Prof. Adewale. Does African Ministers of Health not provide a veritable framework for peer learning, exchange, harmonization of medical curriculum and standard setting? And then he also asked the presenter, could they kindly share thoughts on how the African CDC can play a role in harmonizing standards for AU member states? Thank you.
To whom is the question directed?
Prof. Adewale.
Thank you so much. There is a kind of a recap of the entire presentation. Of course, the CDC helps to a very large extent to regulate African response, but they do not have the institutional capability to engage in research on medical advances and to come up with a kind of what I would call continental-wide standard and codes on how Africa as a whole should respond to exogenous medical shocks. And this is very important. It's very important because it will, if African Union, if we're able to tap into the instruments of African Union to create what we call endogenous capability on response patterns to emergencies, it is going to go a long way when to save costs, two, the speed of response is going to be very high. I mean, the Africa that has done a wonderful job in that regard. I mean, commending Egypt. South Africa did a lot of work in that regard as well. The Senegal, because that was the first country in Africa to develop a kind of Africa growth ventilator. They did it. Did a lot of, I mean, there are so many going to be running up and down to respond. And we're not going to be looking, for foreign response pattern that may not very well suit our purpose. When we say people should sit at home, how many Africans can really afford to sit at home when they have to leave their houses to even go and access sanitation? How many homes have internet that they can work from home? Some of these things are very foreign to us. They cannot work for us. So as an African Union, I think it is important that we come together, design homegrown response pattern for medical emergencies. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Sophia, do we have any more questions from online? Okay. Thank you very much. We are almost winding up, coming to the end of this amazing section. But before that, I'm going to give my speakers a chance to at least summarize or give out a message to other member states. They have shared great experience with us, especially the experience from the East Africa, Kenya. Despite COVID, the struggle they had been in, they were able to continue with their economic booming and also making sure that youth are trained on different skills. So I'm going to start with Honorable Eric to give us a brief, if you can give us a very, very, very brief message to other member states. I know there are others who are still battling with COVID-19 and they do not know how to go about it. Please, Honorable.
Thank you. I think in summary, we'll say the experiences we have gained from managing the COVID pandemic should be harnessed at both local and also at the regional, continental, and global levels. Especially, as has been said, that this could contribute to indigenous knowledge, if we can find ways of packaging and helping us to then shape what becomes our Africa's response. As a country, I think the COVID pandemic has been both a challenge and an opportunity. As an opportunity, this calls upon us to begin to look at how we can use the lessons we are learning to build our resilience and to hopefully begin to move the conversation to informing the national development blueprints and frameworks for engagement. As a country in Kenya, we have learned, and I come from the Ministry of National Treasury and Planning, that is responsible for planning, where we begin to use these particular lessons to inform the medium-term expenditure frameworks, the planning frameworks in which they percolate away from what was described, I think when I was down in Cape Town, as short-termism into long-term engagement, where countries are turning lessons that they are learning into their planning and funding frameworks. So we appreciate that we're in a country like Egypt that has had experience with different challenges for a long period. And Egypt therefore becomes a good platform for some of us to begin to interact with the leadership here and see how we can learn from the experiences from some of the Africa's best, so that we go away. For me, I come from the fact that I come from Eastern Africa, and the River Nile is important to us, people of the Eastern Africa and Egypt, that we share a lot. This morning, the water that I took, I thought it came from my village in Bungoma in Western Kenya. So the cross-learning and the synergies that are built here, I think are important to shape. And so APRM, we look to you for helping to guide us to see how we can open up our space, not only just opening up of the borders through infrastructure, but opening up of our spaces in strategic thinking so that our think tanks can come together collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Eric. Dr. Khalid Zakaria, please.
Thank you very much.
I agree with all what my colleague said about APRM as a platform to make this kind of collaboration in the future. Sharing experiences is very important. What I want to say that it's not just to share the successful stories, but at the same time to share the stories how countries and Egypt, Kenya, Congo, and other countries dealt with the challenges and the difficulties, because this is much important than the success stories is how our countries, our nations reach this success. I think we have a lot of stories to share. Lessons learned are very important. The second thing, yes, we know context is very important. One size doesn't fit all. This is very important. Each answers socioeconomic status, political status own challenges. So it's very important while formulating policies to take into consideration all these aspects, and at the same time to get best practices all over the world. Another thing, I think what we learned from this pandemic and this crisis is it's very important to have a strong government at the central level, but at the same time, it's very important to invest in local administration, invest in local governments. And this opens the door for another discussion about building the capacity at the local level in all African countries. This is very important. We have to give them the trust and to give them the capacities they need to be able to deal with this crisis. In addition to this, communication. Communication is also a critical thing. We need to invest in communication. We need to open private sector is important also to work hand in hand with the government to deal with this kind of crisis. Important. And again, I urge the APRM to institutionalize in a way or another this kind of experience sharing regarding COVID-19. But I think this also will be very important, or a starting point to have a kind of bank of experiences. So in this case, all countries can use it and can benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. Advisor Jane Bidal, the turn is yours, sir.
OK, merci beaucoup. Alors, je vais emboîter le pas à mes prédécesseurs pour dire que nous apprécions énormément ces moments de partage au MAEP et rappeler que notre pays, la République du Congo, figure au 3e rang des pays ayant adhéré à ce mécanisme. Pour résumer la situation de l'économie congolaise face à la pandémie de COVID-19, face à une triple crise. La première, c'est la crise économique qui est donc due à l'effondrement des cours du baril du pétrole. Et cette crise, nous la vivons depuis 2014. Pour répondre à cette crise économique, notre pays a mis en place donc le plan national de développement 2022-2026 afin de sortir du tout pétrole, comme on a dit, et d'explorer d'autres domaines de développement de notre économie. L'économie congolaise fait face aussi à une crise. On entend entrer en programme avec le Fonds monétaire international afin de juguler cette crise financière. Enfin, comme tous les pays,
en tout cas la quasi-totalité, notre pays, la République du Congo, fait face à une crise sanitaire entraînée par la pandémie de COVID-19 et pourtant de riposte à la pandémie COVID-19 et de relance économique. Concernant notre plan de riposte à la pandémie économique, évidemment, nous nous sommes enrichis des expériences des autres, mais nous voulons souligner ici que notre pays a pris des mesures draconiennes depuis le mois de mars 2020. À titre d'exemple, je vais vous parler de l'opération coup de poing COVID-19 qui a été lancée depuis le 18 octobre 2020, cérémonie de mariage. Donc, vous voyez que c'est une action politique très forte que les autorités congolaises ont prise pour lutter contre la propagation de COVID-19. Deuxième exemple, depuis mars 2020, notre pays a mis en place un couvre-feu, c'est-à-dire les jours ordinaires ou les jours ouvrables, du lundi à vendredi, dans notre pays, en tout cas dans les deux principales villes, Brazzaville et Pointe-Noire, il y a un couvre-feu à partir de 20 h jusqu'à 5 h du matin. Personne ne peut circuler. Tous les lieux de réjouissance, comme les boîtes de nuit, les snack bars et les restaurants, sont fermés, à partir de 20 h. À partir de 20 h, je m'en excuse, ce sont les week-ends, les samedis et les dimanches, il y a un couvre-feu à partir de 20 h. Et les jours ouvrables, du lundi au vendredi, le couvre-feu commence à partir de 23 h jusqu'à 5 h du matin. Donc, je voudrais vous partager ces mesures fortes qui ont été mises en place par nos autorités pour lutter contre cette pandémie, pour dire que les autorités congolaises ne ménagent aucun effort et ont pris des mesures très draconiennes pour préserver notre population de la catastrophe qui est la pandémie de COVID-19. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much. The carbon wrapping paper is simple. African Union has achieved so much. The response pattern of individual countries eventually culminate in a kind of weakness. It's a weakness because individual countries have got certain weaknesses. However, if we are able to have a kind of a well-established standard that are institutionalized within Africa, it will constitute what I call a proactive response, which is very necessary. We shouldn't, because every shock comes with destabilization. It comes with instability. In order to minimize the level of instability, it is important that we create a kind of platform that will enable us to respond very speedily whenever this crisis occurs. We know it's going to happen. Then why can't we just prepare in advance for it before it happens? That is one. Second, it is not going to be out of place to ask Africa and through African Union platforms to have an institutionalized research and development system, framework, institute that will be dedicated to study virology and all those kind of things for Africa, such that they will be able to come up with scientific response patterns for Africa whenever this happens. Another thing is, isn't it possible for Africa to capacitate certain countries to improve our medical capabilities, essentially when it comes to medical tools, medical, personal protection and all this. And so there are so many pharmaceutical countries, pharmaceutical businesses and companies across Africa. However, they serve different purposes. How about if we leverage this kind of platforms for African Union, for African countries, such that if there are excesses of production in one country, it can very easily be moved to another country. Instead of looking for help from where it's not going to come from anyway, it hardly comes from there. So I think this is a wake-up call for all of us as a continent. We've learned so much, according to my brother here, we've learned so much from COVID. And most of the things that we have learned from them, we shouldn't just let this knowledge go. We have to use them to prepare for a possible future occurrence, so that we know the earlier we start, preparing for another medical emergency, the better. I think.
Thank you very much. I have a strong feeling. In case of any pandemic rising from nowhere, Africa will be much more prepared, because now we are the Sierra Leone, the Sierra Leone's, I mean, how do you call it? The Ebola. The Ebola was an experience already for Africa, and now addition to the COVID-19 that we overcame as Africans. So in case of anything that will upcome, Africa will be much more stronger. And I want to say it was really a pleasure to be your moderator for this section. And I want to include an African word that say, together we move far, but if you move alone, you go fast. African word that say, together we move very far. Africa, let's move together. Thank you very much.
The South-South Corporation, an exchange of resources, technology, skills, and technical know-how among countries of the South, as well as the building of coalitions to promote social, economic, cultural, political, and scientific development, and to transform global governance power balance. But what benefits are there to be derived by linking resources and capabilities in a common pool? South-South Corporation has become the expression of collaboration and partnership among countries from the South, interested in sharing, learning, and exploring their complementary strengths to go beyond their traditional role as aid recipients. South-South Corporation is increasingly playing an important role in global trade, finance, investment, and governance. These changes have opened opportunities for further partnerships between Africa and countries in the South, as evidenced by the series of initiatives that are intended to foster political, economic, and social relations. In 2018, a dialogue entitled South-South Cooperation in the Context of Agenda 2063 and the 2030 Agenda, an African dialogue of the APRM experience, was co-organized by the APRM and UNOSSC to develop innovative ideas on how to further enhance cooperation with concrete recommendations, to evaluate the role of the APRM as a form of institutionalized South-South cooperation among African countries and the consultative and cooperative platform it has created for its leaders, to examine if there is a potential role of the African peer review mechanism in the monitoring of South-South cooperation in Africa, to gather senior officials and experts from African governments, AU and UN agencies, multilateral development banks, MDBs, and other stakeholders from around the continent who can share experiences about intergovernmental cooperation among and between African countries and between Africa and the rest of the South. To encourage countries of the South to cooperate, enhance intra-South-South cooperation, and develop the common African position. It is important that Africa's voice is coordinated and that it speaks as one Africa. South-South cooperation is emerging as an alternative to more traditional development structures, often characterized by the north-south flow of expertise, since structures such as the APRM are leading the process of south-south cooperation with peer review processes and early warning mechanisms that continue to offer useful insights on how best cooperation could be enhanced. The APRM is potentially a model for monitoring and reporting on South-South cooperation at a global level.
Le mécanisme africain d'évaluation par les pairs, de par sa capacité à évaluer la gouvernance sur le continent et donc à surtout offrir une plateforme d'échange aux dirigeants africains, mais en même temps, il offre aussi le recueil de bonnes pratiques. L'identification de ces bonnes pratiques qui peuvent faire l'objet justement d'une coopération entre les pays africains eux-mêmes, mais aussi être un modèle pour les autres pays, avec les autres pays, c'est-à-dire dans le cadre élargi à la coopération sud-sud. Par cette compilation des bonnes pratiques, devenir un élément clé, un catalyseur de cette coopération sud-sud, au moins au niveau du continent. Et de par notamment l'élargissement de son mandat à l'agenda 2063, qui est en confluence avec, sur pas mal d'aspects, avec l'agenda 2030 sur le développement, les objectifs du développement durable. Donc de ce fait, il est vraiment en mesure d'apporter la valeur ajoutée, mais même de devenir l'acteur principal de cette entreprise de coopération sud-sud.
The APRM represents a significant innovation in South-South cooperation, whose model needs to be shared with all members of the South.
Stimulate debate around key aspects of governance and governance responses with relation to COVID-19.
It is not a final statement of the status of the response or our understanding of where the epidemic is going, but it seeks to present what the early period response has been from member states, as well as present the context within which that response has been made.
Le rapport ne se focalise pas seulement sur la pandémie proprement dite. Elle essaye aussi de passer en revue le lien que la pandémie a avec d'autres thématiques telles que la paix et la sécurité, telles que les questions de gouvernance économique.
وأيضا عرض بشكل مختصر لتأثير الجائحة على اقتصاديات الدول الأفريقية، على تدفق رأس المال أو الاستثمارات الأجنبية لأفريقيا في عام 2020 وأيضا المساعدات الإنمائية الرسمية.
Africa hosts about 37% of the world's 19.6 million refugees and 39.1 million internally displaced people. This makes Africa the continent with the second largest number of displaced persons in the world. The largest number of refugees in Africa come from sub-Saharan Africa, from South Sudan, Somalia, Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Central African Republic. According to Uganda's second-generation APRM country review report, the country is host to more than 1.2 million refugees and asylum seekers, making it the largest refugee hosting country in Africa and third in the world. Women have held the higher percentage of this demographic, with women and children refugees making up more than 50% in sub-Saharan Africa by the end of 2018. While a lot has changed and improved since the African African Union declared the previous decade, 2010 to 2020, the African Women's Decade, the continent has much more to do. The Agenda for Gender Equality, which is the acceleration of gender equality, women empowerment targets, including peace building and governance, requires a more concerted and deliberate effort. Africa's conflict situations have all exhibited the crime of trafficking in women. Women and children continue to be the prime victims of forced displacement and sexual violence. Uganda hosts the continent's largest refugee population. 59% are women, many of whom have undergone violence and try to find ways to integrate into their new societies. More so, women are locked out from opportunities where they can be in positions of power, because women are underrepresented in senior political, legislative, judicial, and even corporate positions. It is a challenge to improve systems which protect and support refugee women and children. Despite some women being educated and experienced, the positions favor their male counterparts, reinforcing gender inequality. Forced displacement dislodges people from their origins and depend on their fates. Women continue to be overlooked and disregarded in decision-making, in governance, and formal peace processes. Despite their demonstrated success of peace building at grassroots and community levels, critical peace-building skills, which most women possess and demonstrate, such as communication, dialogue, networking, mediation, and rewarded accordingly. This is not the Africa we want. We can do better. We can make a change where we are. The APRM's report on the nexus between governance, gender, and peace building numerous recommendations which can help us change this now. The APRM governance influence peace negotiations and mediations, and to be included as signatories to peace agreements. The report also recommends that the positive aspects.
Good afternoon, Excellencies. Please let's take our seats so we can begin the next session. Just giving you a minute to settle down so that we can begin the next session. Great. Thank you very much, and glad that you're all back. As one of the distinguished delegates mentioned, that now that we have had our physical food security during lunch, we are back to now have another discussion really on this afternoon is not about the very good food we've had given to us by our Egyptian hosts. It's because of food security governance, especially in the context of COVID-19. I think it's really important, really, and also interesting that we're having a discussion about food security in a country where we ration during those very, very early periods. Development Program in Africa's political capital, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And we have really eminent panelists with us today who together put years of experience in a major security in general. I'm really, really pleased to start this panel with my colleague. I call him my colleague given that he works with the Food and Agriculture Organization. His name is Mr. Khalid El Tawel. He is the regional coordinator for Food and Agriculture Organization with FAO in Italy. We also have one of East Africa's most admired politicians. Her name is Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba, and she carries a very heavy name for all of you who remember the name Lumumba, standing for Pan-Africanism and what we're doing here today, which is really bringing together all the member states and reflecting on the future and sharing our experiences. So Honorable Justice Kasule Lumumba is a Minister of General Duties in the government of Uganda, but has worked also as a government chief whip, which is a tough job to do, and held other positions in the government of Uganda. So very pleased to have you, Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba. And we have another really, really experienced Honorable Minister, Kayar Umar Defala, who is the APRM focal point. I learned actually while we were having lunch that he was only referred by his president as professor because he was a professor to the late President Deby of Chad. And so we are really pleased to have amongst us somebody who has a lot of experience, having also served not only as a professor, but a minister in various capacities. Really a pleasure to have you, Honorable Minister. And with that, we're going to begin off with Khalid, because obviously FAO has been a great player on issues of food security. So we want him to lay, to give us a context, to give us all the facts, the figures and everything that we need. And then we'll go into further conversations. With that, you have the floor, sir.
My name is Khalid Al-Tawil. I work as regional coordinator in the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, and it's my great honor to be part of this panel. I would like to start by thanking, on behalf of FAO, the government of Egypt and the APRM for organizing this very timely event, and also for dedicating a session on food security. One of the topics that we believe are very important now, are on top of the agenda. The Secretary General of the United Nations just convened a couple of months ago the Food System Summit, which was dedicated to discussing how can we fix our food systems in order to achieve the SDGs, the 17 SDGs, and specifically SDG 2 on zero hunger. Okay. Okay, so first of all, just as a fact, COVID-19 has affected all pillars of food security. The 4 pillars of food security: availability, access, utilization, and stability, were affected by COVID-19. The impacts in Africa may have been even more visible, where the continent was also dealing with several challenges like the impact of conflict, the impact of climate change.
But the four pillars were impacted in all the world, and especially in the developing world, and especially more visibly in Africa. If we look at this graph here, we see that the number of hunger has been decreasing until 2015. So the international efforts, the government efforts, especially in Africa, all the consolidated effort by government have managed to decrease the number of hunger. And this is why in 2015, all countries committed to eradicate hunger by 2030. Starting from 2015, we started to see upward trend. And we see that in 2020, we have this sharp increase. We have 161 million increase in the number of people dealing or suffering from hunger. This is a very sharp increase. This is the highest increase since the adoption of Agenda 2030. In addition to hunger, we have also 37% of the world suffering also from the lack of access to adequate food. This is around 30% of the world, and the numbers and the percentages even more in Africa. The prevalence of undernourishment has increased to around 10%. So 10% of the world is suffering now from one level of malnutrition. So the SDG targets that we are very familiar with, SDG target 2.1 and 2.2, we are not on track to achieve them. This is a very alarming picture in all the world, and especially in Africa. If the current model continue to exist, we will have 660 million people suffering from hunger by 2030. This is less than the number of people suffering from hunger now, but it's still very far from our ambition of achieving zero hunger. If we look at the situation in Africa, we see that the continent is 21% of the continent population is suffering from hunger. This is double the proportion of every other region. 9 out of 10 of every 10 children are suffering from stunting and wasting. They live in Africa or in Asia, 90%. More than 30% of women suffer from anemia. This is one of the SDG targets, SDG indicator 2.2.3. If we compare the percentage with other regions, it is more than double the percentage. We have 1 billion in Africa, 1 out of 1.3 billion who suffer, who cannot afford healthy diet. So the picture is not very positive. In FAO, we realize in coordination with other UN agencies that things. We realize that agri-food systems are not contributing. Sorry for this technical issue. Yes, please, better. No. Can you go forward? Another, yes. Another slide, please. Okay. In FAO, this graph summarizes the different drivers of food security in the world in general. We have external drivers and internal drivers. When it comes to external drivers, we see that the food security is affected by climate change, by disasters, by conflict, but also we are also affected by internal drivers such as low productivity, inequality, and poverty. If we look now at how the situation in the world is changing, we see that the world economies are recovering. In 2020, we have what was called by the World Bank and IMF a double hit, decreasing export earning combined with increasing bill of imports. Now the situation is a little bit improving. The IMF expects that this year, 2021, we will start to see positive numbers in terms of economic growth. We see that in Africa, we'll go around 4 to 5% growth. This might help to a certain extent mitigate the impacts of food insecurity. But one important point that we should be kept into consideration here is the access to vaccines. In Africa, we have like 6 to 10% of the population who have got the vaccination. And this will be a very important factor to determine the recovery in the world economy. Next slide, please. When we look at food prices, we see that the food prices, which is the red line on top of the first graph, we see that it is increasing, and the percentage of increase is 31% in 1 year. We have increased in almost all the 5 commodities that are surveyed by FAO, especially wheat and maize, which because of low production in countries that are exporting this product, like Canada, like Russia, like the US. But we see also some increase in vegetable oils in Malaysia because of restrictions on movement of labor, because of COVID, and because of the high cost of energy. Nevertheless, that we have that the agriculture and food sector showed some resilience in the face of global COVID-19 pandemic, but the compounding impact of income losses and inflation have impacted access to healthy diets. This is according to the joint report by FAO and OECD. We have seen also some countries referring to and imposing temporary restriction measures. In the beginning of the pandemic, we had 111 export restrictions imposed by exporting countries, which impacted specifically Africa, which is a net food importing region. Next slide. Now, let me just very quickly explain how FAO is responding to the COVID-19. And this is something that we are doing in collaboration with governments in Africa. And there's a room for improvement in terms of our coordination with African government. We have what is called the FAO COVID-19 Response and Recovery Program. This is a $1.3 billion program that focuses on specific thematic areas. We focus on humanitarian response, which is mainly happening in the Near East and Africa, because we have most of the food crisis in this region. But we also focus in areas where we believe that there are some weaknesses in the institutional capacities in developing countries. One of them is data for decision making. We believe that this is something that needs some improvement in order to determine what are the entry point for interventions. We focus on economic inclusion for social protection. This is very important to support the most vulnerable population. We focus on trade and food safety standards. This morning, we have listened to the Vice President of the African Development Bank explaining we are not able in Africa to add value to the raw material products in Africa. We are also trying to boost the smallholder resilience. This is the majority of African agriculture sector, which is mainly smallholder. We are working to prevent the next zoonotic pandemic. This will not be the last pandemic. We might have another one, and we want to build the resilience so we can resist the impact of this. And we are also supporting agri-food system transformation. Next slide. In July this year, FAO has adopted the FAO new strategic framework 2022-2031. It focused on what we call the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better life, and better environment. And we have specific programs under these 4 betters that are corresponding to the SDGs. We invite policymakers and decision makers at the government level to engage with FAO in order to determine what kind of programs could be suitable to the national context. Next slide. This is very interesting program that was launched only last year, the FAO Hand in Hand initiative. And it builds on technology. This is something that was also emphasized by previous speakers, technology and data. In FAO, we have a lot of programs that make use of the immense data platforms that we have. I am giving here an example of an African country that we did the mapping for. Through this mapping, through the analysis of soil, water resources, infrastructure, availability of water, we determine where the intervention should take place. So for example, here in Sierra Leone, certain areas, you might have a higher level of return on investment when it comes to agriculture. Certain areas might benefit from social protection system because it is the poorest areas that might need government intervention. So we are working on this in collaboration with many partners, with the private sector, with international financial institutions, and we try to matchmake between the recipient countries and the donors in order to ensure the highest return on investment. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Here, another issue another tool that we are using, we have the South-South and Triangular Cooperation Division in FAO. And this is something that also can benefit African countries. We are working very closely with many African countries in value chains, on rice production, and we also connect this to bilateral cooperation with other donors, including the US, the European Union, and Japan, and other countries. We are very glad to be working also with the government of Egypt and many African countries like Morocco who are very active in the area of South-South cooperation. The thematic areas that we focus on are the hand-in-hand initiative, agricultural innovation, small island developing states, and COVID-19 recovery and response. Most of these programs are very suitable to African context. Next slide. Okay, we have identified six paths. No, next slide. No, again. Yes. 6 pathways to agri-food system transformation. How to transform agri-food system. We realize that the current agri-food systems are not delivering. They are not contributing to the eradication of hunger. They are not even environmentally sustainable. So we have identified 6 pathways focusing on humanitarian context, focusing on climate resilience, smallholders, inclusion, and we are working with many of member states to context. Just to clarify, the 6 identified pathways, they can be used in combination with other national policies. It depends on the context, it depends on the needs of the African country. We make sure that the agri-food system coherence with other systems, environmental systems, health systems, social protection system. We want to make sure that they are acting in synergy, not in contradiction. Next slide. So, okay. Okay, anyway, so just in conclusion, 3 or 4 important points that I wanted to conclude with. One, COVID-19 has impacted livelihood, have impacted poverty, has impacted food security, but might act as a wake-up call in order to transform our food system. Before COVID-19, we realized that our food systems are not functioning as we want them to function. Now it is the opportunity to action between
from FAO and really enlightening us on some of the measures you've been taking to ensure that you're supporting African countries, you know, in improving their agro-systems. I liked the focus on smallholder farmers and really reminding us of opportunities that are there for us to make our systems better to deliver in crises that we expect to have anyway. Thank you so much for that. So our next speaker comes from actually a country of plenty. I enjoyed lots of food there 2 weeks ago, Uganda. So I am hoping that we'll get perspectives from Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba on how we all can emulate some of the work as Uganda. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Dr. Rosalyn Akombe, Governance Advisor at the UNDP Center in Addis Ababa and Chair of the session. My colleagues, the panelists, fellow participants, I want to take this opportunity to thank you, the organizers, for having accorded me this opportunity to come and share our experience as Uganda with our brothers and sisters in Africa. But also I want to bring you greetings from the people of Uganda, but also in a special way to thank the people of Egypt for hosting us. Part of, as an introduction, which you already very much know. The next slide, please. The forum provides a great opportunity for sharing and learning amongst us Africans. And we should not take it for granted. It's an opportunity to help us work together as Africans to solve our challenges, but also to work so hard to make sure we preserve and conserve the African race. Uganda, like any other many countries, is endowed with so many opportunities, especially the agroecological conditions. But we have tapped, yes, in them, but we still have a lot to do to maximize the God-given endowments. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted some of the food supply chains and exacerbated in some areas the food insecurity, mostly in the urban areas. But this was first basically during the time of the lockdown, because we had limited movements and limited access to markets, because it was part of the measure to control the spread of the pandemic. Next, let's look at the opportunities. The country is endowed, like I said before, with very good weather and conducive environment that enables us to have either 2 seasons, but even with irrigation, we can even have 4 seasons of harvest. We also have organic and fertile soils as a country, and we can grow a wide range of crops. Those that require hot environment, we have that in northern Uganda, and those that require mild weather or temperature, we have that in the southwestern Uganda. So part of the country, in Uganda, 80% of the total area, we have, it is all good for arable farming, but we're only using 35% for production. And the production and export for organic food, we have capacity to be able as a country, Uganda, to feed 200 million people if we utilize all that we have, that God has given us. And agriculture accounts for 20% of our GDP. And we are looking at the fiscal year of 2018-2019, because what befell us after that, the COVID pandemic disorganized us, that we don't have yet the true figures in our hands. We can also increase in production, and we can also register, and we have also registered basically in the crops of coffee, fish, and its products, but also for minerals, basically gold. But we also have tobacco, cotton, those are cash crops, and also tea. Challenge. However, the huge potential that we have as a country has not been fully exploited. Like I said before, we're only using 35% of the land that is good for production, for food. So what has limited us is basically limited. We have been limited by technology, inadequate infrastructure. You know it very well that Uganda is a landlocked country. So we have paid a lot of attention as a country to work on the issue of the landlockedness. We've opened up roads to the neighbors to easy trade, roads to Kenya, trading with the Congo, but also trading with Tanzania, with Rwanda and Burundi. And we have now started concentrating more on the internal inner roads so that we are able to connect them to the roads that lead us to the neighbors we trade with. We have also a challenge of unsafe food and poor quality products.
that affect our market. And this has crippled our competitiveness in this field. And this has been brought about our system because of our science and technology is not really so much developed for us to be able to even be able to look at the quality of the inputs that are put in our gardens, especially for those in the urban areas. This has caused us challenges, and it also incapacitates our access to the markets, especially to Europe. We have limited social protection services and coverage across the countries to deal with the vulnerable. Because of issues to do with resources, availability of resources, we've not paid much attention to this. And yet, if we pay much attention to this, this will help us to motivate and empower the ordinary mind to be able to take on this challenge. So the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on issues to do with the food security in our country, the pandemic disrupted food production and the market systems. Like I said before, we took advantage of basically of the local market. But during the COVID pandemic, we had the lockdown. So it was not so easy for the ordinary person, the ordinary woman in the village, to be able to sell this food to the person who transports the food to the market. So the ordinary woman was cheated. I want to take this opportunity to inform you that we are one country in Africa. We were hit by COVID-19 pandemic, but our biggest advantage and survival point was because the women provided food. So COVID came and found a community that provided food. And for that, we've kept celebrating the African woman. We've kept celebrating the Ugandan woman, not in town, but in the village. Because usually we celebrate we who are at the front, those in politics, those in the corporate world. But COVID made us recognize the much effort of the ordinary woman in the villages. So people lost jobs, but we still also export raw materials. And this has also caused us challenges on issues to do with the value chain. We also need to work on this. And the COVID-19 has really exposed us more. We have electricity in the rural areas, but we are not really linked it as a government, as a community, for the ordinary woman to take advantage of the availability of the electricity in the villages. But also there's still a challenge that we are grappling with, the tariff. As part of building resilience and cooperation, experiencing these disasters, the landslides and floods in some parts of the country. The COVID pandemic had a huge effect on us as a country. I'm the focal minister in charge of SDGs. So it has also disrupted the food supply system, and I've explained that before. But also it has also reduced the activity in agro-industrialization, especially affecting our export. We also have high levels of food loss and wasted, mostly because of post-harvesting. We've had issues with some of the neighbors where we export some of the food that we had even to get to the drawing board to make sure that we also improve on the post-harvesting. But this is because we had not paid much attention as government to educate the ordinary woman in her local language how to handle food during post-harvesting. And we have taken it up as a program to make sure we handle this, especially the program we've taken on working with the communities, working in the communities, working at the parish level as a plan for, as the level for planning, as the level for implementation, as the level for monitoring and evaluation, but also as the level to discuss policy that affects the people in that particular area. So measures and initiatives taken to address food insecurity challenges. We have the stimulus package through establishment of a recovery fund for farms to develop for development in the different banks. This has worked, but the resources are not enough for all. So for the few who have accessed the resources, fine, but we are trying to make sure we put in more resources so that we get to the lowest person. And we have also done this by also going to the levels I've explained before to make sure we do all of these activities at parish level, to make sure government is accountable and can account for people at household level. Investing in supportive infrastructure, the road network, like I said, we had opened up our roads to the neighbors, but now working on the internal roads, but also irrigation. We have taken on massive irrigation, but also issues to do with rural electrification. But as I said before, we still have a challenge of the tariff. But also, we have also taken on the issues to do with the cross-border markets. We are working on this as I talk now. We have had a discussion and we have had ratification to do with the road network with the Congo, which we have signed, and we are working on the roads and electricity because Eastern Congo provides good market for us. We have also prioritized agro-industrialization and human capital development as a core in our National Development Plan 3. We have put in a lot of efforts, but like I said, they will still have challenges, but we are still working on those challenges, especially the issues to do with the post-harvesting, but also handling the cost of electricity, the tariff. We have also fully integrated all of the SDGs in our Development Plan 3. And we have also taken on the parish development model that I've explained before, where we are going to have as government to be accountable to all of the people in the country by following up people at household level with the intention of creating wealth, but also increasing their income as people in the different communities based on the available resources that they have, but also the resources that government can extend to them. We have also strengthened the early warning system and information systems to farmers through the media and taking advantage of development in digital transformation. Of course, this is good and we are working on it, but also we still have the challenge of accessing the ordinary woman who doesn't have a radio, who doesn't have a phone, but yet is a big stakeholder in this area. So we are scratching our heads. How do we simplify access to information by this ordinary person in the village? Empowerment of smallholder farmers, especially the women and the youth, and also to be able to turn this chain in creating and the livelihood opportunities, including the startup capital, which we'll commonly call a myoga in our place, for the different people in the different categories of enterprises. We group them. If those are growing tea, we give them tea. If some are growing coffee, we make them have their group or a circle or a cooperative as coffee, because this helps them to share the challenges they are faced with as a team, the challenges they are faced with in that particular enterprise. And this is yielding. So I want to say this will help us to even work with the different groups on how to improve, but also we are also working with them to access market in the different areas. Next slide, policy measures to address food insecurity challenges. Like I said before, we are promoting regional markets for our food products, but also taking advantage of the economic integration at the continental and the global level. Uganda looks forward to enhancing our collaboration and partnership with other member states, the United Nations agencies in the sustainable transformation of food systems across the world. The COVID-19 pandemic has opened up digital opportunities for food. It has also exposed our broken food systems. The transformation needed to focus on building efficient, resilient, inclusive, impactful, and sustainable food ecosystems. Resilience to shock through improved food systems and supply chains were key for the transformation agenda. Increasing funding to research, technology, and innovation would offer future solutions to the current problems, especially in the food value chain system. And to this, I want to thank the government of Egypt. We have worked with you, especially in the area of fisheries. I want to thank you so much. Carry our message to the government of Egypt that we are grateful as Uganda. Then we also need to have a stabilization, price stabilization for both as a policy, but also as a fund to motivate the farmers. Because what is coming out is like the young are not encouraged to go for agriculture. And yet it is the way forward, because those born tomorrow, those born today, none of them is going to run away from food. Food is for everybody today and tomorrow. The role of African Union, African peer review mechanism, AU, in assisting member states in mitigating the impact of food insecurity. Early and timely sharing of information on risks and imminent shocks, as well as available and forthcoming opportunities. Coordination of regional and joint programs for expansion of production, increasing productivity and regional markets. Initiation and developing new opportunities, taking advantage of digital transformation in the continent to harness the use of science and innovation to scale up return to the farmer, farms, and the nation. Provide avenue for sharing, peer-to-peer learning, especially among women and the youth. The big population we have, 75% are below the age of 35%. So that is labor that we want to turn into as a big asset to our country. But as we talk, 52% of our population are women. And yet those are the people with good attitude to work when given proper information. So want also to turn that. And also another role is resource mobilization and affordable capital for investment and development in agriculture. Conclusion: coordination, collaboration, promotion of enabling environment in addressing food insecurity should be backed up by robust early warning systems to detect and alert actors for better mitigation. Climate change mitigations, this is critical in addressing this because we are still relying more on nature. So it is our responsibility to make sure we preserve the nature so that we have the best. We are committed to partnership and collaboration to improve policy, strategic planning and regional programming, as well as financing towards food security in our quest to meet the SDG targets. We look forward to working together for a better Africa and world, leaving nobody behind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for sharing with us the opportunities, the challenges, but also highlighting to us actually areas which APRM can come in. And I saw you highlighted the issue of peer-to-peer, and this is what we are doing today. And you also highlighted the support you've been getting from Egypt, especially on fisheries, which is really what the peer-to-peer exchanges should be doing. It's great to hear you talk about the fact that you have the capacity to feed 200 million people if we actually invested in farming. I think that's a lot of, that's a chance that we could look for opportunities to expand on that. And you reminded us about the youth population we have in the continent. It's Uganda, but it's actually the rest of the continent, where, according to the United Nations Development Programme survey that we've done, we have about 65% of our population in Africa being youthful. And so the opportunity is there for us to be able to use that population. And thank you for celebrating the African woman who has been investing in food and ensuring that even in the context of COVID, the food was available for both people living in the rural and urban areas. Thank you so much for that. And now I have the distinct pleasure of giving the floor to the Honorable Professor, but also Honorable Minister Khayar Umar Defala of Chad. You have the floor, sir.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs, distingués invités, tout protocole observé. Au nom de la délégation qui m'accompagne, à mon nom propre, je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer toute ma gratitude au gouvernement et au peuple égyptien pour l'accueil combien fraternel et chaleureux à nous réservé depuis que nous avons foulé la terre hospitalière de la République arabe d'Égypte. Je ne peux m'empêcher de remercier vivement le secrétariat continental, féliciter mon jeune frère, le professeur Edi Malouka, et tous nos partenaires qui ont eu l'ingénieuse initiative de nous inviter à cette importante rencontre d'échange d'expériences sur la coopération sud-sud et la coopération triangulaire. Nos échanges durant nos 2 jours contribueront certainement aux efforts de l'Afrique et le Sud global feront pour bâtir des sociétés flexibles et résilientes. Nous évoquons le comportement flexible et résilient des sociétés en faisant allusion à la crise sanitaire qui s'est jointe aux crises économiques et financières. Ces 3 crises alliées multiplient les défis auxquels nos pays et le monde planétaire font face et bouleversent inlassablement et gravement les meilleures opportunités de développement durable dans nos pays africains et dans ceux du Sud global. Distingués invités, Mesdames, Messieurs, rappelez-vous que c'est au cours du premier trimestre 2020 que la plupart des pays africains et du Sud global ont été surpris par la COVID-19. Rappelez-vous que c'est dès le 30 janvier 2020 que l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, OMS, a déclaré officiellement le nouveau coronavirus comme une urgence de santé publique de portée mondiale. Aussitôt, la République du Tchad a mis en place une cellule de veille et la sécurité sanitaire qui a instruit le ministère de la Santé publique pour élaborer un plan national de contingence pour la préparation et la riposte à l'épidémie de la maladie à coronavirus il s'agit pour le gouvernement tchadien de minimiser les conséquences sanitaires et socio-économiques de la pandémie dans le pays. Dès le premier cas déclaré le 19 mars 2020, des mesures ont été prises immédiatement par le gouvernement pour contrer la propagation du coronavirus. Déclaration d'un état d'urgence national sanitaire contre la propagation du nouveau virus. Sensibilisation des populations à longueur de journée à travers les médias publics et privés sur le strict respect des mesures barrières. Publication quotidienne du rapport de la situation épidémiologique. Instauration de couvre-feu de longue durée à un moment donné de 18 h à 5 h du matin. Mise en place d'un comité scientifique chargé de réfléchir sur toutes les questions liées à la nouvelle pandémie et de proposer des solutions idoines de lutte. Constitution et opérationnalisation d'un corps de soignants volontaires et diffusion de leurs contacts et des numéros d'appel gratuits pour toutes les situations liées au coronavirus. Recrutement de 1638 agents de santé à la fonction publique pour renforcer le personnel soignant. Création d'un fonds spécial de lutte contre le coronavirus et d'un fonds solidaire et de soutien aux populations vulnérables financé par l'État, les partenaires de développement et toutes les bonnes volontés. Mise en œuvre effective dès avril 2020 des mesures d'accompagnement et d'équilibre socio-économique pour assister la population et soutenir les opérations économiques avec un fonds spécial initial de 943 milliards de francs CFA. C'est bien des mesures dont certains sont encore d'actualité, entre autres pour un pays continental comme le Tchad, fermeture totale des frontières aériennes et terrestres. Ça veut dire le coût en termes d'activité économique de ces décisions. La mise en œuvre de ces mesures est toujours suivie, évaluée pour réactualiser en cas de nécessité sur la base de constats et de suggestions de la structure en charge de la coordination des actions de lutte contre le coronavirus. Malgré tous les efforts colossaux déployés par la République du Tchad, à l'instar des autres pays africains et du Sud global, la Banque africaine a affirmé que l'Afrique centrale est la deuxième région du continent le plus affectée économiquement par la COVID-19 en 2020. Dans son étude sur les perspectives économiques en Afrique centrale, publiée le 17 novembre 2021. En ce qui concerne spécifiquement la République du Tchad, la Banque mondiale a relevé quelques points relatifs à la dégradation de la situation socio-économique en cette période de crise sanitaire imposée par la COVID-19. La plupart des ménages souffrent d'insécurité alimentaire sévère, particulièrement en zone rurale. Les chocs récurrents exposent les ménages à la pauvreté. Les petites exploitations agricoles et le pastoralisme restent les principales sources de moyens de subsistance. Le renforcement de la protection sociale permet de réduire la pauvreté et d'améliorer la résilience des ménages. La particularité de mon pays, le Tchad, c'est qu'aux crises économiques financière et sanitaire s'ajoute la crise sécuritaire, entretenue par des bandes de mercenaires armés à partir de la Libye, qui menacent constamment l'intégrité territoriale et la stabilité du Tchad. À cela s'ajoute, dans la région du lac Tchad, le phénomène des terroristes Boko Haram. Et tous ces extrémistes, le peu de ressources que le Tchad a, en dehors de la pandémie, il doit combattre, il doit également mettre des ressources. Je l'avoue qu'ils ne sont pas importants. Il doit remettre également des ressources pour combattre le terrorisme. Au courant, en combattant le terrorisme, le 20 avril 2021, notre président Idriss Déby Itno a perdu la vie. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui s'étonnent que le chef d'État prenne son arme pour combattre, mais cela est lié à notre culture. Nous sommes un peuple, le chef, quand il y a un combat, il est devant. Il ne dit pas allez-y. Il est là devant et dit suivez-moi, qu'importe son grade, président, ministre ou général. C'est la même chose comme le soldat. Parce que chaque citoyen a des parents et chaque citoyen doit défendre son pays. De manière générale, nous disons que la flexibilité et la résilience des communautés tchadiennes et des communautés en Afrique et dans le sud global sont des paramètres de survie de nos populations, au-delà ceux de nos États pris individuellement et collectivement. Mais face à cette crise inédite, la flexibilité et la résilience ne peuvent être bâties sur l'Europe que si nous commençons, nous, Africains, nous du Sud, de mener une lutte commune. Et il est heureux que le Mayotte et ses partenaires ainsi que le gouvernement égyptien aient bien voulu nous inviter à cette rencontre. En effet, c'est ensemble, de manière collective, que la résilience peut s'organiser et je dirais pour vaincre tous les défis qui sont en face de nous, ce n'est qu'ensemble que nous pouvons le faire. Et pour cela, nous devons encourager ardemment le Mayotte et ses partenaires à poursuivre de telles initiatives de forums au niveau à la fois technique pour permettre à chaque fois de nous évaluer, d'évaluer le degré de nos échanges et en particulier de booster la recherche interafricaine. Vous comprenez aisément pourquoi la délégation tchadienne est et restera très attentive aux échanges que nous avons engagés depuis ce matin et notera beaucoup d'intérêt les conclusions que nous tous ensemble en tirerons. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Asante, shukran. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for sharing with us how Chad, even in the context of dealing with COVID, in the context of fighting terrorism and the, what we're seeing around the Lake Chad Basin and the Boko Haram fight, you've still been able to show the resilience of our country and been able to be agile, and we really appreciate the message that you've given us of how, as a continent, for us to be able to survive and thrive, we need to really collectively work together on improving our, continuing with our resilience, continuing really with working together in order for us to succeed and learning from each other. So I want to thank all of you, our panelists, for those excellent points that you have shared with us. I would have wished to open the floor to hear all of you share your views, but I realize that we are actually running an hour late. So what I'm going to do is open the floor for just 2 questions. If we have one that is virtual and one that is online, then we can take that. Just want to check online and in person, but want to check first if we have a virtual. If we have any questions from any online participant. Just a minute. I'm just going online first if we have anything. We don't have any, so I'll give the floor to my neighbor from Côte d'Ivoire. You have the floor.
Professeur François Kwasi Ngoran de Côte d'Ivoire. Je voudrais juste faire une observation au coordonnateur régional de la FAO qui a présenté 3 systèmes. Mais je crois qu'il y a un 4e système très important, l'indice de développement humain. Comment former nos jeunes, comment former les hommes pour renforcer les différentes capacités de ces systèmes, pour animer ces systèmes. Pour moi, je pense que c'est le plus important. On peut avoir tous les systèmes performants, mais si les hommes, si nous n'avons pas les hommes pour les animer, pour les exécuter, nous serons toujours dépendants des autres. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very good point. That it's not just about the systems, it's also about the people, and investing really in people and engaging in people is important for food security. I don't see any more requests for anybody online. Nobody online is requesting for the floor. I'll take one more from the room. Yes, my sister from Djibouti. You have the floor.
Bonjour tout le monde. Permettez-moi d'abord de remercier le gouvernement égyptien de nous avoir invités dans un si beau pays, je dirais, mais qui a été reconnu numéro 1 en matière de traffic jump. Je voudrais aussi remercier l'équipe du MAEB continental d'avoir organisé cet atelier. Je ne voudrais pas dire mes propos avant le ministre du budget qui va faire son allocution demain, Inch'Allah, vers 10 h ici. Mais je voudrais tirer mon attention sur le Covid-19 qui nous a décimés, on va dire, chacun de notre pays respectif d'une manière ou d'une autre. Je voudrais saluer les États ici présents. En dépit de la Covid-19, en dépit de la lutte contre le Covid-19, on a aussi d'autres soucis qui est, comme disait mon frère du Congo ou du Togo, je ne sais pas de quel pays, on a le palu, on a la diarrhée, on a la fièvre jaune, on a l'Ebola, et j'en passe. Et je remercie les Tout-Puissants que l'Afrique ne va pas s'éteindre et qu'elle va rester toujours debout en luttant contre tout ce phénomène-là. Merci infiniment pour votre attention. Excellente journée à vous.
Thank you very much for that comment, my sister. Sarah, I see I have a lot of requests for the floor, but we actually have really run out of time unless Sarah wants to give us more time.
Thank you so much. I will try to be as brief as possible. My question goes to Dr. Khalid Al-Tawil. He mentioned the issue of the lack of data availability in order to report on the issue of food security. And as you know, at the African Peer Review Mechanism, we conduct the governance assessment reviews for member states. And we also have a special focus on the socioeconomic dimension. We also analyze the issue of food security in some governance reports and third reviews. So how can APRM support maybe the work of FAO in this regard, Dr. Khalid? Which kind of collaboration you can anticipate between APRM and FAO? Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I think it is good to recognize the importance of data for decision making, especially when it comes to food security decisions. In many African countries, we might not have the right data at the right time, especially at the decentralized level. And this is where the policy decisions might not be really in line with the needs of the communities, the agricultural communities. We have, as I have explained, we have the hand-in-hand initiative, the geospatial platform, where we collect a lot of data and we work with our partners in the government. I think it's a very good idea to join hands also with the APRM, with all the expertise that the APRM have at the country level in the African countries, to see how can we synergize between the country offices that FAO have in the African continent and the APRM to better understand the needs, the data needs, and better support decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So I would like to thank all of you. I know that there are other questions I can see about 2 or 3 hands up, but in the interest of time, I would suggest that when you have the coffee breaks, we use those opportunities to interact. But since the whole exercise is about, the whole workshop is about sharing experiences, please use the other sessions to share the experiences that you have had or raise concerns or questions that you might have. I think there are lots of interlinkages between the various panels that we have and different sessions that we have. So with that, I wish to thank all of you, our honorable panelists, for an excellent presentation that has been very thought-provoking, and for the inspiration, and really for taking the time to prepare and share those thoughts with us. Thank you very much. And to all our participants, thank you for your patience and understanding. And please, let's give them a very, very big hand of applause. Thank you. Great. I'm going to follow in the footsteps of Professor Maloka and say that this chair is very warm. I don't feel like leaving. But may I please ask the next chair, Dr. McBride Nklamba, to take over the chair and introduce the panel. Over to you, Daktari.
To stand up and shake the hand of the person next to you and say hello, so that our digestion doesn't affect our attention. So if we can all stand up, shake the hand of the person seated next to you. I'll start with my panel. Yes, you can also use a few hugs where necessary. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We can be seated now. Thank you. Thank you. We can be seated. Excellencies, ministers here, ambassadors, and heads of international institutions, and fellow delegates. The next session, session number 4, deliberates on peer learning, on resilient health and social recovery policies against COVID-19 in the context of South-to-South cooperation. The objective of the session is to identify and examine the efficacy of the measures and adjusted health and social policies that were adopted by African governments during the ongoing pandemic. And these policies were essentially meant to enhance disaster management effectiveness in those countries, as well as to ensure that there is a prudent and pragmatic medium to long-term recovery strategy. So that is the objective of the session. The panel, in the interest of time, I will not go into the detail of their bios, but I would like to welcome the distinguished speakers here. First will be from South Africa, Mr. Thulani Sefuta. I hope I pronounced the name correctly, and he's the chairperson of the National Governing Council of the APRM in South Africa. After which, I will invite from Sierra Leone, Honorable Amara Kalone, who is the Deputy Minister of Political and Public Affairs, and I think he spoke it before you're aware who he is. After that, I will invite from the Islamic Development Bank, I will invite Mr. Abdel Hakim Yusuf, who is the Africa Regional Coordinator for technical cooperation at the bank. And then finally, I'll invite from Ivory Coast, Professor Omasi Goran Francois. I hope I've also pronounced that correctly. So in order to maintain a degree of focus, correct, right? Thank you. Kwasi. Yes, that's Professor Kwasi Goran Francois from Ivory Coast. Thank you for the correction. So in order to maintain a degree of focus, we have a few guiding questions which the panel will be responding to. The first is looking at how they assess the impact of the epidemic on resilience of the national health systems in their countries, with a specific reference to response policies. The second question they'll be referring to is whether their governments and other key actors adjusted specific policies and structures in their countries to ensure inclusive and equity services by the state during the pandemic. And then finally, we'd also want to get their perspectives regarding the role of the APRM in supporting AU member states' preparedness for such crisis. So that will be the focus of their presentations, but of course the scope will extend beyond that. Just to remind ourselves, we are going to accord at least 7, at most 10 minutes to each presenter. They can decide whether to present while seated or here at the podium. And if there are any documents that haven't yet remitted to the Secretariat, they will indicate so that you can get their presentation in detail at a stage. So without much ado, I would like to invite the first speaker, who is Mr. Thulani Sefuta, who is the chairperson of the AGC APRM in South Africa. Mr. Thulani, on the floor.
Thank you, Doctor, and good afternoon to all colleagues. In the interest of time, let me stand on all protocols that have been observed earlier on and get straight into it. Firstly, I think it is a known fact that no one was ever ready for the devastating global pandemic that we experienced. It was unexpected. No one ever anticipated the shape, the form, and the extent it would come. And so it had to be a moving target that we're grappling with as it was befalling us. But what is also known is that the pandemic did not create all the other faults that we found in our society. All it did was just to expose some of the long-standing or long-existing fault lines in our societies. One such fault lines being inequality. And most importantly, I could not help to ponder about the extent of poverty that was exposed by COVID-19, just in the previous discussion that we had on food. And so those are fault lines that were already there, but all that COVID-19 did was to expose them to a greater extent. It is no understatement that the global pandemic itself posed an existential threat to humanity. It affected both lives and livelihoods of the people. And it brought about unprecedented disruptions in the systems of our lives at all levels, at personal level, at family level, at community level, in the labor market, in business, in governance, just across all levels. No institution of society was spared the disruptions of this pandemic. We also argue that this pandemic was un-African in its nature. What we mean by an African pandemic in its nature is that the manner in which it spreads is through human movement and human contact. And it is our African being to be compassionate, to greet, to shake hands, to hug, and be closer to each other. And the pandemic was beginning to do all of those. And the risk it posed was that without doing any extra thing, just by being African and doing things the African way of doing things, we were posing a very serious threat of spreading the virus. In terms of the national response that South Africa meted, we opted for a multi-sectoral national response which encompassed the whole of society type of an approach in its execution. The national response was positioned to be an agile response with a strong element of national command and coordination. We're highlighting this because we have three spheres of government in South Africa. We have the national government, we have sub-national, which is your provincial government, and local government. In most instances, all those different spheres of government have their own mandate according to the Constitution. But in response to COVID-19, what we saw was that the national government established a strong center of command, which once decisions were taken, all other spheres did not need to give political interpretations to those decisions, but they needed to give practical meaning through the execution of those decisions. And that on its own brought about vertical coherence and horizontal cohesion in the national response against COVID-19 in our country. The implementation of the interventions that were meted was based or has been based on social mobilization and leveraging social capital by appreciating that there is no government intervention that could have been a silver bullet to respond to the challenges of COVID-19. You needed, true to the values of APRM, nationwide ownership of the processes and the interventions for them to make everlasting impact. One of the instruments that was established was a solidarity fund that was established as an agile and responsive central point of resource mobilization and deployment. That fund focused on three major pillars of interventions. Firstly, on the health response, because we're dealing with the health pandemic. Secondly, its interventions focused on humanitarian response. And thirdly, behavioral change. Because without the change of behavior, it was clear that no health interventions could have brought about sustainable solutions in our interventions. And we had a practice which has not been there for long, in terms of constant media briefings and even what we call family meetings, where the leadership of government and other social partners, including the president himself, would address the nation and provide continuous updates on the status of the virus and the national response and what needs to be done. And that provided, or should I say, it closed a lot of information gap that would have otherwise provided a fertile ground for the misinformation, propaganda that was so rife at the beginning of the pandemic. The opportunity of COVID-19 brought about some opportunities for improved service delivery in our society, which include expedited delivery of services such as water. We know that one of the requirements for us to maintain the reduction of the spread of the virus was that we needed to wash our hands regularly and sanitize our hands. In areas where you do not have constant supply of water, it meant that that on its own is a risk right from the beginning, or you can just write off those communities. And so there had to be other service delivery mechanisms that were coined in order to make sure that of those communities that do not have constant supply of water, there are other mechanisms like delivery of water tankers on a constant basis, such that at least there is that supply of water in those communities. Those were some of the opportunities that came about with this pandemic. There were various COVID-19 special purpose relief measures that were introduced. For those who are employed, who were hardly affected, who could not continue to go to work because of the lockdown, they were provided with an employee relief scheme, which was an income replacement type of a relief measure. Secondly, for the unemployed, the poorest of the poor, we have what we call social relief of distress grant, which is a grant that by virtue of being unemployed, poverty stricken, or not generating any other source of income across the country, you qualify for that grant. And it has benefited millions of people who would have otherwise been spared the wrath of COVID-19, but be killed by poverty. We also had an intervention that was targeted at benefiting highly affected sectors of business that could not operate at that time through a business rescue fund. In response to the health pandemic itself, there are choices that needed to be made. There was a choice of making investments on sustainable health infrastructure or live in the moment and respond to the temporary, through the temporary interventions and provide things like field hospitals, which when we go to the lower levels of the lockdown, you will need to unfold those. And we are glad that South Africa gravitated towards making significant investments on sustainable infrastructure that can be used long, even post the COVID-19 era. And that will significantly improve the health outcomes of our country. The fact that predominantly our personal protective equipment was manufactured and supplied out of Africa is a significantly missed opportunity, because it positioned us as consumers of those products than us being the producers and the consumers at the same time. Corruption still remains a serious threat in as far as corruption that involves the procurement of PPE, in as far as well in terms of overpricing of supplies by business. And corruption has been made to be an issue of governments, which is not. Businesses, true to their being, used the opportunity to increase the prices of their supplies because of the scarcity of those products and services. And that on its own contributed significantly to that. And with all of those, we could not stick our heads in the sand and say we're befallen by a pandemic and therefore we'll wait until it's over. We had to maneuver our lives around it and even get to a determination of changing gears from relief to recovery and reconstruction through what we call an economic reconstruction and recovery plan, which is a multi-sectoral plan that was crafted by all social partners in South Africa, being government, organized labor, business, and civil society structures, including its stimulus packages. Out of all of these experiences, there are certain big ticket lessons which we have been looking at through this process. The first of those is the fact that if we could provide short-term relief measures during this pandemic, it means we can be able to extrapolate lessons from there, which lessons can be able to inform long-term and sustainable interventions like the Universal Basic Income Grant, which is an absolute necessity in a society like South Africa that has high levels of unemployment, high levels of poverty, including inequalities. So to balance those fault lines, we are looking at introducing a Universal Basic Income Grant, which on its own will not be a silver bullet outside due consideration of increased investments, economic growth, and increased employment. And secondly, we're looking on the introduction of the National Health Insurance in response to some of the realities that we experienced as part of the inequalities that were exposed by COVID-19. That access to quality healthcare is one of those things that should just never depend on how much you have or the level of your status in society. Because life is a constitutional right, it is one of those services that must be provided regardless of where you are located, regardless of your status, regardless of your labor market status, including level of income. And lastly, true to the adage that every dark cloud has its silver lining, we may have been battered by this pandemic, but we must never miss the lessons. One such opportunities come as a result of the forced digitalization, because when we had to maintain physical distancing, we had to introduce or expedite the introduction of technological platforms to close that distance. And we were therefore forced into expedited digitalization. And those are some of the lessons that we should take to greater heights and make sure that we even digitalize economies and other forms of doing business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tulani, for those insightful remarks and conclusions from the experiences of South Africa. Firstly, highlighting what the pandemic has exposed, the aggravated fault lines that have been in our society, the inequality. Secondly, of course, the issue that it concerns all sectors, and therefore the response of the government was to ensure that there is a whole of society response where there was vertical and horizontal cohesion across the sectors. And also importantly, that this led to an increased investment in sustainable health infrastructure in responding to the pandemic, and the introduction of comprehensive economic recovery and reconstruction plans. And then, of course, finally, in the conclusion, that the key lessons, the three key lessons, is that the pandemic has confirmed that South Africa has the capacity for long-term social protection, such as universal grants, and that the pandemic also prompted the introduction of national health insurance, which is critical in ensuring access, and finally, accelerated digitalization was made imperative, and the creation of technology platforms for business and provision of services. At this point, I would like to then invite Professor Kwasi Goran, and I will request him to make a brief introduction of himself, which I've received in French, and pardon my language skills, and thereafter you will make a statement on behalf of the government of Ivory Coast. Professor Kwasi, you have the floor.
Vous traduit les remerciements de M. Konan Bernard, président de la CNG Côte d'Ivoire. Ici, je voulais faire juste des réflexions sur la vulnérabilité de nos populations africaines, leur capacité de résilience et les différentes stratégies de coopération sud-sud pour renforcer cette résilience. Le Sud est présenté comme un ensemble diversifié et hétérogène d'États, tant en termes de taille, de structure de leur économie et de niveau de développement économique, social et politique. Les relations Sud-Sud désignent aujourd'hui une multitude de relations politiques, économiques, techniques, sociales et culturelles de nos pays en développement. Ces relations sont complémentaires à la coopération nord-sud traditionnelle et englobent l'idée que dans un esprit de solidarité, les pays en développement peuvent apporter des solutions durables à leurs problèmes à moindre coût. La pandémie actuelle du coronavirus montre que ces pays en développement sont vulnérables au choc à cause de leur faiblesse structurelle. Le manque de diversité des exportations, la forte dépendance à l'égard des produits de base, la grande concentration de la pauvreté et l'isolement géographique réduisent leur capacité d'absorber les chocs. Elle réduit leur capacité aussi d'investissement dans les domaines sociaux de base, en vue d'assurer des conditions de vie raisonnables aux populations. Ainsi, les populations de ces pays sont les plus vulnérables à cause des conditions précaires dans lesquelles elles vivent. Ces pays sont les plus vulnérables à cause des conditions de vie précaires dans lesquelles vivent la majorité d'entre elles. Telles que les crises, les crises environnementales, les crises sanitaires. Le cas de la crise sanitaire actuelle du Covid confirme bien ces propos. Dans ces conditions surmentionnées, la capacité de résilience des pays du Sud est elle aussi problématique dans la mesure où il n'y a pas d'investissement majeur pour renforcer la capacité à résister, à s'adapter, à se relever en cas de catastrophe naturelle ou de crise sanitaire majeure, afin que les populations puissent conserver les modes de vie auxquels elles sont attachées. En raison de la détérioration des situations budgétaires et de l'adossement de la dette publique, la plupart des gouvernements de l'Afrique ne disposent que d'une marge de manœuvre réduite pour mettre en place des politiques budgétaires adaptées à la pandémie du Covid. L'Afrique ne pourra pas, sans aide, contenir la maladie et atténuer les effets. Un allègement temporaire de la dette doit intervenir rapidement pour combattre cette
pandémie sans déstabiliser les équilibres macroéconomiques de l'Afrique. Ceci montre l'ancrage de la dépendance des pays du Sud vis-à-vis des pays développés et des institutions financières internationales. Dans ce contexte, la coopération Sud-Sud donne à ces pays une autre alternance et surtout la possibilité d'améliorer leur aptitude à remédier aux problèmes de la pauvreté, de la médiocrité des infrastructures, de la création de capacités de production et des dangers naissants liés au changement climatique ainsi qu'aux crises alimentaires, énergétiques, financières, économiques et sanitaires. Les autorités des pays africains ne peuvent surmonter les chocs à elles seules. Trop souvent, les catastrophes traversent les frontières et peuvent avoir des retombées internationales où qu'elles se produisent. Nous avons vu le problème d'Ebola. Ces problèmes doivent aussi être affrontés collectivement, en particulier au moyen de la coopération régionale. Jusqu'à présent, la plupart des actions collectives n'ont pas dépassé la phase de l'échange d'informations et du dialogue informel. Pour véritablement s'attaquer à la question du renforcement de la résilience au choc, les pays du Sud doivent envisager la possibilité d'institutionnaliser les mécanismes d'action collective, particulièrement pour agir face aux chocs et aux crises les plus complexes. La création progressive des mécanismes de coopération régionale en Afrique, en Asie, en Amérique du Sud favorise d'une part l'intégration progressive des marchés financiers et d'autre part le renforcement des relations économiques entre pays sud. Il faudra aussi étendre cette coopération aux relations sanitaires, au partage d'expériences entre les pays. En conclusion, les relations sud-sud continuent toutefois de souffrir de certaines limites. Il s'agit notamment de barrières tarifaires et non tarifaires, dont les taxes importantes à l'importation et les connexions aériennes et maritimes limitées ralentissent les flux d'échanges et d'investissement sud-sud, notamment en Afrique. Alors que les échanges commerciaux s'intensifient, les flux financiers d'investissement restent faibles et largement en provenance des pays développés du Nord. En outre, ces relations sud-sud demeurent largement de nature politique et leur réalité matérielle demeure faible en comparaison aux flux d'échanges nord-sud. Pour qu'une stratégie de coopération sud-sud soit efficace, il faudrait que les pays d'Afrique exploitent les complémentarités qui existent dans leur commerce, l'investissement et le courant de financement public du Sud. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Professor Kwasi Goran, for those interventions. My request highlighting how the pandemic has revealed that we need integrated thinking and that we need to invest in South-to-South cooperation in order to bolster the capacity of our respective countries. But also that the pandemic heightened the fragility of vulnerable communities and confirmed that African states have very limited budget space to respond to these challenges. You also mentioned the pandemic.
Vous avez mentionné que la pandémie, l'influence de la pandémie et le changement du climat.
That need to be addressed. And then finally,
tout cela, on doit l'adresser.
By highlighting that
et ceci en tout temps
efforts to bolster integration which is APRM as an initiative in that respect, looking at supporting states in the area of international credit rating agencies.
Des activités économiques différentes et j'ai cité aussi l'échange financier et on a besoin d'améliorer ça au niveau de l'Afrique. C'est très intéressant et nous avons besoin de continuer dans cet investissement. Et à la fin, je veux inviter Amara Anon de Sidalim, le vice-ministre des affaires politiques et des affaires générales. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi de suivre le protocole. Je suis venu ici pour les salutations de M. Jérôme Mababou.
In 2015, the Microsoft giant Bill Gates qui a expecté qu'une sorte de danger d'épidémie se in his closing statement, the continent most would be where cops every street of Africa. And behind the gates, where he was talking un
photo d'un virus. Une photo a figuré pour le virus qu'il a envisagé en 2015. Donc, on a appelé Covid. Mesdames et messieurs, l'expérience de Sierra Leone, l'expérience nous a appris à leçon, que j'étais élève à l'école, on m'a dit que l'expérience est le meilleur professeur. En Sierra Leone, pour avoir solution et pour lutter contre le Covid-19 et pour lutter contre le virus Ebola. Est-ce que je peux passer une seconde slide? L'année 2014, ils ont évalué le Sierra Leone et attaqué par le virus Ebola. Donc nous avons un pays qui se compose de 14 millions et qui se compose de 14 provinces et en frontière la Guinée et la Bénin. Notre pays était 140 médecins. Le nombre de médecins était 136 médecins. L'infrastructure de notre pays était négative. Quand ils veulent attaquer notre pays, toute l'infrastructure de Sierra Leone était détruite. Et ça, nous l'avons vu tous par nos propres yeux. 700 personnes ont été attaquées cette nuit. Nous avons perdu 3590 personnes. L'année 2021,
was the price we paid as a nation.
Donc, ça l'applique quand nous avons publié.
Health infrastructure and at that time our national response to COVID.
Il y a eu une réponse de notre part qui nous a poussé à
the Ebola virus took advantage of ignorance at that time, according to
nécessité. Donc, c'était la maladie de l'Ebola a été un facteur à cause de l'ignorance de notre pays châtelain. Nous avons beaucoup de défis concernant le domaine de la santé et de l'hygiène. Il y a une faiblesse dans ce domaine. Le plus important, c'est que nous devons des valeurs entre les provinces. Il n'y a aucune coopération, pas coordination, parce que le message était très important. Le messager est très important tel que le message. Quand il y a quelqu'un que vous avez dit, c'est une maladie qu'on ne peut pas guérir, les gens ne vont pas accepter ça parce que notre culture est basée sur ça. Concernant l'offre, la demande, il n'y a pas une chance d'utiliser des matériels modernes. Sur tous les matériels qu'on peut utiliser pour guérir cette maladie était détruite. Nous devons regarder à tous ces problèmes fonder le centre qui se transforme maintenant en sorte de comité d'acceptation de la vie. À ce point-là, nous sommes devenus capables de faire la coordination et la coopération étape par étape. Dans 6 semaines, on a essayé de lutter contre l'Ebola. Quelles sont les leçons que nous avons apprises de cette maladie Ebola? Après toutes ces expériences, tout le monde connaît le danger de tout ce Ebola, mais il n'y avait pas une volonté politique. Chaque ministère, chaque section, chaque département faisant son travail séparément. Nous avons besoin de s'involver dans la société civile et sociale. Si on prend cette leçon en considération, nous pourrions dire que lorsque la maladie Covid-19 en décembre 2019 au Chine, le président de la République étant militaire, et nous sommes en état de guerre, on a stade sur la table pour avoir confiance comme gouvernement démocratique et le gouvernement efficace. Et il faut agir avec cette expérience contre cette épidémie. Et cette maladie. Et ça, c'était la compréhension essentielle basée sur la lutte contre la maladie et après. Ce sont les paroles les plus fondamentales ou essentielles. Qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? Comme je vous ai dit, il y a eu une volonté politique à mener une sorte de management organisé. La première l'infection arrivant au sol, notre président a pris la décision d'activer le centre de l'infection et de lutte. Et il a déclaré l'état d'urgence et hygiène au niveau de l'État. Donc, d'abord, c'était très difficile de changer de débat entre les deux personnes. Là, disant qu'il faut avoir une chose d'importance pour appliquer cet état d'urgence médicale, ce qui a donné aux organes, aux départements gouvernementaux créés, ils ont considéré que l'état d'urgence est utilisé pour bloquer les gens. On a constaté que la lutte contre le Covid, ce n'est pas un travail individuel, mais c'est un travail commun dont nous avons besoin de rattraper tous les efforts et toutes les ressources sociales. Nous avons arrêté et fermé l'aéroport international. Nous avons fait ça aux frontières avec la Libéria et le Ghana. Chaque poste de frontière, nous avons un service médical et une fermeture de notre pays. Cette fermeture était renforcée par des informations et nous savions comment prendre la décision de la fermeture quand est-ce qu'on n'a pas besoin de ça. Et la cause elle-même est bien claire. Avant, nous avions un point qui indiquait la région et les points très chaudes. Donc, et si on permet les gens de se déplacer, ce sera très difficile de les contrôler. Donc, on a fait une sorte de fermeture du point de vue santé et hygiène. Et nous étions en contact avec les cas positifs de cette maladie. Nous avons décidé d'arrêter les réunions et le regroupement et de ne pas être plus que 20 personnes. Et aussi, ce que nous avons appliqué au niveau du conseil de ministres, ils ont fait des réunions. Nous avons décidé aussi d'obliger les gens de porter le masque. Durant les réunions publiques, il sera assuré que nous avons sur on a fait le renforcement et on a créé un centre pour recevoir les cas. Nous avions l'expérience, nous avions la connaissance aussi. Lorsque nous avons commencé à ce centre, toute chose a été réparée et utilisée pour faire ce travail de façon très bonne. Nous avons lancé
The Ministry of Finance decided that
un appel social et le ministère de la Finance a décidé que nous devons faire attention aux personnes faibles. Nous avons une bonne ligne, je ne vais pas nous handicapés, les femmes, et les gens ont leur donné un appui financier. Afin de vivre durant cette fermeture. Nous avons aussi donné un appui. On a présenté 50 millions de dollars à la Banque de Sierra Leone afin d'acheter la nécessaire. Durant cette période, il n'y avait pas de choses nécessaire et efficace. Nous avons fait en sorte la base sociale.
6 out of every 10 Sudanese are suffering from mental health.
Si Isaac aussi de la société cérémoniale pour réparer les problèmes psychologiques qui ont été concernant les ressources humaines. En principe, il y a eu un style hôpital, un programme et notre hôpital et le centre de poste de police et de la vie pour le transformer en hôpital. D'accord? Pendant la période de cette maladie, à 4 000 personnes ont entraîné pour devenir des employés dans le domaine de la médecine. Et dans les différents régions, ils ont pris des entraînements. Nous avons donné un appui. Nous avons donné un appui. Nous avons l'assurance sociale et nous avons augmenté les salaires des employés dans le domaine sanitaire, c'est-à-dire d'un pourcentage de 30%. Alors, nous avons aussi encouragé d'une manière très grande le secteur privé pour vraiment participer dans le processus sanitaire, dans les opérations sanitaires dans tout le pays. Il y avait des gens qui accompagnaient seulement le comité pour nous donner les informations pour prendre les décisions afin de financer le domaine sanitaire. Le gouvernement a vraiment fourni beaucoup de financement avant la pandémie. Les gens, le gouvernement ne veut pas vraiment participer ou arrêter, mais maintenant, nous avons pris la décision de
government listened extensively and heeded to the advice given by professionals. We set a team of professionals across the country.
Et le gouvernement a vraiment écouté les conseils des experts qui d'ailleurs le ministère de la Santé et qui a donné beaucoup d'informations et de data pour notre gouvernement, et c'était très important d'utiliser ces data dans leur travail. Alors, nous avons essayé quand il s'agissait du confinement et de la fermeture, ces informations, ces data étaient très importantes. Parfois, nous devions vraiment faire une totale fermeture. Parfois, non, c'était une fermeture stratégique. Parfois, on confinait seulement les malades. Et nous avons essayé de présenter un service. C'était quelque chose de très important. Nous voulons lutter contre la COVID et nous n'avons pas oublié le malaria, le typhoïde et d'autres maladies qui existaient toujours. Et nous essayons de s'assurer que les services sanitaires sont valables, sont disponibles pour tout le monde. Il y a un très grand leadership. Le président lui-même allait à l'endroit de l'Assemblée où il y a des problèmes sanitaires. Il est allé dans les comités comment doivent utiliser les sanitaires, les sanitaires ou les masques et tout autre équipement. Et les pays membres de l'APRM, je voulais vraiment enlever le chapeau pour M. Douani, car avec toutes ces expertises-là, et que nous avons joué, comment on peut
mettre une politique ensemble pour s'assurer que le cadre d'action, le cadre de travail est unifié dans tout le pays d'Afrique. Comment peut-on échanger les expertises d'un pays membre à un autre pays membre? Je dois vous dire qu'est-ce que nous avons fait, c'est-à-dire à titre d'exemple, nous avons une institution sanitaire à Sierra Leone qui sera créée et c'est une des plus grandes infrastructures dans notre pays et d'ailleurs qui a été fait, qui a été établie par l'Égypte. Je voudrais vraiment remercier l'Égypte de ce qu'elle a fait pour le Sierra Leone. Nous avons aussi un autre centre pour l'Afrique qui a été établi aussi à Sierra Leone, le renforcement des...
To inform you that 3 weeks back, Sierra Leone was also a victim of a fire accident. A tanker exploded and over 145 people lost their lives in Sierra Leone 3 weeks back. And in that disaster, within 24 hours, we have a full medical team from Senegal that came into Sierra Leone to support, our health facilities. And we also have another team of African Americans from America. Within 24 hours, they also flew into Sierra Leone to support our medical experts in taking care of these people. And those are the kind of support and partnership we are looking out for. But most importantly, the National Disaster Management System was delinked from the Office of National Security, and now it stands as an independent agency. And their response to this particular fire incident was one of its kind in the history of Sierra Leone. And I think the world at large, had been sending messages congratulating the National Disaster Management. So how do we strengthen those ones to make sure that we are able to take care of disasters like this? Establishment of early warning systems and early response mechanism. It's very much important. As we look at what is happening across Africa, we know that there are a lot of disasters, there are a lot of shocks on its way. How do we set those systems to inform us and help us to prepare? And how do we respond to those shocks or disaster when they come? Is very key and it's very important. And I learned from the last workshop in Sierra Leone under the 5th pillar that the AU, the APRM or the AU is now on the verge of setting an early warning system, that will help to inform the African member state on what is happening across Africa. That would be very good. On that note, I want to thank the African peer review mechanism for providing Sierra Leone the space to exactly catalog and tell our own story as it was, and be able to share the experience we got from Ebola, which we used to fight against COVID-19. We want to say thank you very much to the APRM. We want to say thank you very much to Kenya. We had a team from Kenya. We had a team from Senegal. We had a team from Ghana also who went to Sierra Leone to learn from the experience, in our fight against COVID-19. But above all, we want to say thank you to the government of Egypt for hosting this particular forum and giving us the opportunity to share our lessons learned and experiences. Thank you very
much. Thank you very much, Honorable Amara Kalou, Deputy Minister of Political and Public Affairs from Sierra Leone. I think that it's very clear that there are lessons from across the continent that are encouraging and replicable. And just to summarize his presentation, he started off by giving us a history of how Sierra Leone dealt with the Ebola crisis at the time by establishing a centralized response center, the Emergency Operations Center, and then also highlighted the key lessons from that experience, which were that political will is important, and also that civil engagement and social mobilization are key for such a response. And of course that there is always a need to attend to health financing, either by increasing it or making it more intelligent. Honorable Amara also has confirmed that these lessons are replicable and transferable. The experiences from Ebola helped Sierra Leone respond to the pandemic, the disciplined leadership, the whole option of evoking emergency powers, the issue of responsibility, multi-sector responsibility, issues of controlling mobility and public spaces in order to respond, and so on. He also highlighted a few critical measures that were put in place for a country like Sierra Leone, which many on the continent. The fact that you need an economic response that targets the most vulnerable of the population. And you also need to support small and medium enterprises, which are often the ones that are hardest hit with the restrictions and measures of this sort. And of course, he went on to highlight that Sierra Leone, as would be necessary in such cases for any country, needs to make an investment in human resource, health financing, health information, and of course, service delivery. In conclusion, Honorable Amara indicated that for the APRM, it is important that while we look at this work of ensuring that there is a platform for information exchange, we can also facilitate these changes in the or developments in the area of transfer of technology across the countries on the continent. That is one role is proposed. Also support countries in establishing national disaster management systems based on the experiences of this pandemic and others before. And then, of course, finally, that it's important to have a much more focused and intelligent approach to the establishment of early warning systems. So thank you, Honorable Kamal. Before I open the floor to those of us who are in here, I would like to invite Mr. Shuzuki from JICA online to make a brief intervention. I would say 5 minutes at most. And then after that, I will open the floor to those that are in here. I hope I got that message correctly, Sarah.
Mr. Moderator,
Speak.
I think I have a presentation on behalf of the Islamic Development Bank.
Oh, yes, yes. Please pardon me, especially considering that you give out money. I should not have done that. So, yes, let me, pardon me, let me invite the last speaker, who is Mr. Abdel Yusuf, the Africa Regional Coordinator for Technical Cooperation from the Islamic Development Bank. And my apologies, I'm a Malawian. I understand also that you're doing great work in Malawi. I hope this doesn't change your opinion of the country. But please, Mr. Abdul Yusuf, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Dr. McBride and dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am very delighted to be with you today and to share the experience of the Islamic Development Bank in the learning and resilient health and social recovery policies against COVID-19 through South-South and triangular cooperation. Do you see my screen? I will share again.
Yes, we can see you and we can also see the screen. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me start by giving just a brief on the Islamic Development Bank, which is a multilateral development bank established in 1975 to promote social economic development in member countries. And the bank has 57 member countries spread across the globe, and all they are from the South, and we have 1/3 of them from Africa. The bank is providing financing for public and private sector projects and support capacity development in various sector and thematic areas. And the bank has a long-standing experience in South-South and triangular cooperation since 1983 through technical cooperation program. And the bank is providing capacity development to its member country through a specific mechanism developed by the bank, which is the reverse linkage. And this reverse linkage is a technical cooperation mechanism enabled by the bank, whereby all member countries exchange their knowledge, expertise, technology, resources to develop their capacities for supporting the national development priorities. And the reverse linkage mechanism for South-South cooperation is a tripartite approach. We have a provider country, we have a recipient country, and we have the bank as a facilitator. And through this mechanism, we are targeting the three levels of capacity: the individual level, the enabling environment, and also the organizational level of capacity. And this mechanism is a result-oriented and project-based approach. That means we are developing a specific project for transferring knowledge from country to country for a duration of 3 years. And it is a win-win arrangement between the three parties: the provider, the recipient, and the beneficiary. And through this mechanism for South-South and triangular cooperation, we are expanding the geographical and sectoral coverage of transfer of knowledge. You can see in the map that we are connecting countries among the 4 continents, and we are covering, in addition to health sector, we are covering many development sectors like education, agriculture, water, livestock, and so. And at the time being, using this reverse linkage mechanism, the bank approved 47 projects and was able to connect 33 member countries for transferring knowledge. At the end, reverse linkage is a network of partners. We have the provider of knowledge from member country, but also from the global south, not only member country of the bank. And we are also collaborating with MDBs, regional cooperation organization, and UN agencies to promote the transfer of knowledge and expertise among our member country. Here, just some example of our reverse linkage. We have an animation and we have many videos on specific reverse linkage project that participants can later on see and have a specific idea on this mechanism. Now let's go to the response to the pandemic and what the bank done and what was the role of South-South and triangular cooperation in the bank response. At the beginning of the pandemic, the bank developed a strategic preparedness and response package for all our member countries, composed of 3 pillars: how to respond, to restore, and to restart the economic situation of the countries. But here the specificity is capacity development, which is a cross-cutting of the 3 pillars. And as I mentioned, we are using this reverse linkage mechanism for South-South cooperation as a modality of capacity development through this response plan. And here we are leveraging the capacity of a network of developers for skills and know-how development. We are promoting technical cooperation with member countries and the countries from the global south. And we are also partnering with the private sector for capacity development and expertise transfer. And here, all our member countries, they can be both recipient and provider. And let me give you some flagship initiative on knowledge sharing through South-South and triangular cooperation that the bank launched during the pandemic using the concept of peer learning. The first one is what we call the e-learning and knowledge sharing platform on preparedness and response to COVID-19 pandemic in ISDB African member country. This platform was launched by the bank in early 2020 through a reverse linkage mechanism for developing the capacity of relevant stakeholders in ISDB African member countries. Under this platform, 10 webinars were organized, and among them, we have 8 webinars on COVID-19 patient management and paramedical and social aspect of COVID-19, and we dedicated one for the impact of COVID-19 on women entrepreneurship, and another one on the role of South-South cooperation in the context of COVID. And the last webinar took place in July, and it was on vaccination. Just some main figures on this platform that we launched during the pandemic. It was viewed by more than 20,000 persons from 55 countries, member country and non-member country, more than 600 medical and paramedical attendees from 23 African countries learned how to manage the COVID pandemic, and we brought 130 speakers from 25 countries for sharing knowledge and expertise with the African countries. And we brought some high-level speakers like the Vice President of Samsung Biologics, the Vice President of WHO, and through this platform we have 27 hours of streaming. Here I will also show another initiative using South-South cooperation that the bank launched during the pandemic, and this is the reverse linkage program for developing the capacity of the national public health laboratories in Africa. And I will start by the first project, which is the regional reverse linkage project between Institut Pasteur of Dakar and a network of 10 laboratories in sub-Saharan countries for capacity development in response to the pandemic. Through this project, Institut Pasteur of Dakar is the provider of knowledge, and we are providing capacity development, but also equipment for the labs belonging to Benin, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Chad, Guinea, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, and Togo, for a budget of 1.5 million. And we have some partner with us. We have the Badia, we have the Ayuda Nepad, Institut Pasteur, and we are preparing the second phase of this project through a grant from China to cover other countries like the Gambia and Sudan, and to cover also another area for supporting the labs. And we have specific projects between Comoros and Tunisia. Here we have the Institut Pasteur of Tunisia as a provider of knowledge, and we have the reverse linkage project between Sudan and Palestine. And here we brought the diaspora from Palestine and Sudan to support Sudan and to support the National Lab of Sudan and to develop its capacity and to provide knowledge and also expertise and equipment. The third example that I am also presenting is the certified online course on COVID-19 diagnostic in collaboration with Aga Khan University from Pakistan. Here we are also providing knowledge outside the continent. We are partnering with Aga Khan University, which is a pioneering institution of higher education that works to improve the quality of life in the developing countries. And Aga Khan and the bank developed a certified online training on disease management, including COVID-19, and Somalia was the beneficiary of this initiative. And now we are working to cover other English-speaking countries, because the first initiative was only for French-speaking countries. This one is for English-speaking countries in Africa. And the last one, just another example of initiative using South-South and triangular cooperation that the bank launched during the pandemic. This is the online training on biosafety and biosecurity for managing COVID-19 in partnership with Bangladesh. And the objective here is again to enhance biological risk management in medical laboratories and healthcare provider in African member countries. And the provider is coming from Asia, is coming from Bangladesh, which is the International Center for Diarrheal Disease Research. And the targeted countries are Libya, Nigeria, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. And we are also working to cover other countries. Those are some examples and initiatives on peer learning and knowledge sharing using South-South and triangular cooperation that the bank is promoting, that the bank was created, for which the bank was created a specific mechanism, which is reverse linkage, and which is available for all our member countries. I heard today that some countries, they are asking for mechanisms to transfer knowledge from country to country. We are ready to partner with APRM and to make available our reverse linkage mechanism for African countries to share their knowledge and to benefit from the wealth of knowledge available in many countries. And as a concluding remarks, at the ADB Group, we believe that the continent has accumulated a wealth of knowledge and expertise beneficial for them and the rest of the world, and we need to use that wealth of knowledge from the African country to make it available through South-South and triangular cooperation. And South-South and triangular cooperation constitute one of the key pathways toward promoting a mutual development agenda that address our collective challenges, both in the respect to dealing with the pandemic, but also in achieving the SDGs. And at the end, I will launch a call to action. Let's work together to harness the huge potential of South-South triangular cooperation for addressing the global challenges, specifically the COVID-19 pandemic, towards building agile and resilient societies in Africa and the global South, and under the slogan, Africa for Africa and Africa for the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Abdul Yusuf from the Islamic Development Bank. I think it was important. It's a demonstration of how an individual institution can play a significant role in the South-to-South cooperation beyond the cooperation between states. Mr. Abdel Yusuf highlighted the history of the bank and indicated that it has extensive experience in South-to-South cooperation that may even precede the establishment of the current mechanism. He also presented a model that the bank uses, reverse linkages, that looks into the transfer and exchange of technology and knowledge. He also went on to demonstrate the capacity development that the bank has been investing in. And in regard to the specific response during COVID, he highlighted the establishment of the e-learning platform, which has an extensive reach, health personnel. He also indicated the developing capacity, the support to developing capacity of national public health laboratories, and the introduction of certified online training courses in collaboration with universities in Pakistan and Bangladesh on a variety of topics, including biosecurity and biosafety. And that these are some of the efforts that the bank undertook in this context of South-to-South cooperation. In conclusion, as has been asserted and affirmed by the previous presenters, Mr. Abdel reiterated that Africa has a wealth of knowledge to offer, and called everyone to action to continue to collaborate. So thank you. And once again, my apologies for that oversight, classical case of out of sight, out of mind, but I hope you accept my apology. At this juncture, then I would ask our IT to connect Mr. Shuzuki, I hope I've pronounced the name correctly, from JICA to make his 5-minute intervention. So Mr. Shuzuki, you have the floor.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. McBride. I stand on the existing protocols. Yeah, thanks. My assignment is quite simple, though tedious in a way. You know, having listened to the conversation since morning and trying to put up some conclusion around it. So I've heard from all the experts, policymakers, and leaders across the continent and the different institutions that are present in today's forum. Okay, and I've also listened to all these sections from morning till now. So generally, I would say that, yeah, maybe I start with the opening remarks. Okay, for me, the opening remarks really reiterated the importance of the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation in building agile and resilient societies in Africa and globally. Okay, there were emphasis on the need to strengthen synergies among continental and international initiatives towards successful implementation of agendas 2030 and 2063, the Africa we want. The forum emphasized how COVID-19 has affected and continues to affect economies in Africa and globally, and the need to harness opportunities and lessons from resilient economic and health policies across countries, and which especially countries that have demonstrated best practices in handling such issues. More importantly, the forum since morning have been able to address African governance enablers and the capacity of for building a resilient health systems against COVID-19. Okay, and this was done within the framework of the discussion was around the flagship projects of Agenda 2063, such as the CFTA. Okay, so in addition, during the discussions around the resilient health and social recovery policies, so there was a conversation around institutional vulnerability of national health systems across countries and how countries have been able to cope with the consequences of the pandemic. Okay, so I've also listened to experts. Experts were able to detail the effect of COVID-19 on food security with regards to food production, supply chain, and the role of women, young people, and regional markets in providing and distributing food during the pandemic. Also, the challenges and coordinated measures that should be adopted by countries in mitigating these challenges were extensively addressed by the forum. So in conclusion, the forum reiterated how important enabling environment, including security, leaving no one behind, are very key for successful South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, especially in terms of strategies, partnerships, and the need for adequate financial resources to be able to implement initiatives. So these are the very few, I try to summarize all the discussions since morning. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to tomorrow's discussion as well. Thank you, Dr. McBride.
Thank you, Dr. Chijoka, for that summary. And I would also like to take the opportunity once again to thank the panelists here, Mr. Tulani from South Africa, the chair of the National Governing Council, the Honorable Amara Kalun, who is Deputy Minister of Political and Public Affairs in Sierra Leone, Mr. Abdul Harim Yusuf, who is the Regional Coordinator for Technical Cooperation at the Islamic Development Bank, and last but not least, Professor Kwasi Koran Francois from Ivory Coast, who works with the National Governing Council, as I gather. And the last, again, but not least, to thank the audience for your unrelenting attention. I think it's very clear when you look around the room who takes South-to-South cooperation extraordinarily serious, despite the temptations of the former global empire that is outside this room, Cairo, the shopping and everything. You have stayed with us in this meeting up until this time past the schedule that was given. So a hand of applause for the panelists and yourself, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Tomorrow we are starting at 9:30. Thank you.